Thank you very, very much. Good afternoon, I'm Nikki Hughes. I'm one of the hosts. We've got some other hosts around and about in brightly coloured t-shirts. They're waving at you now. If there is any help that you need, come and see one of us. We will help make you get the best out of this afternoon. They will be running around, giving you directions, questions, running the mics. But before we start, we've got a few housekeeping announcements for your comfort and your safety. Please turn off your phones. Please channel yourself from the 1980s. They didn't exist. Put it in your pocket. I have been told that there is a taser on the premises and I will be using it. Nearest toilets can be situated here and also back out of the room and up towards the reception on the right-hand side. Look out for the mats. You'll see them at the side here. They are covering things to stop you slipping, tripping, falling. However, if you do so, the TriStar group have got a razor chair and they will rush in and demonstrate it for us. It's quite good, I've got it on video. So, emergency exits, here, here, and back out the door. We are not expecting the fire alarm to go off, but if it does, watch me, I'll be the first one out. But if you head for one of those exits, that would be great. And we need to congregate on the lawn, just out there, with all of the umbrellas, etc. So we have a very busy agenda. We will be keeping to time. We will keep moving it on. We are going to do the annual general meeting, then we'll do some lunch, and there'll be some exhibitors out in the Brunel room and in the bar area. And then we'll have some True North reflections. Then we're going to have a big game of Monopoly. And then our favourite part probably is going to be the Cornish chit-chat towards the end. So it's with great pleasure that I introduce our chair, John Gavett, who will be leading the proceedings today. John.
Thank you, Nikki. One of the few people I know who can make admin sound really interesting, so thank you for that. Welcome, everyone, to Tregenna Castle Hotel and our annual general meeting for the NHS Cornwall and Isles of Scilly Integrated Care Board. And although we'll have the formal element to start with, once we finish the formal element, we'll actually be moving into something that we called last year True North, which is a little more informal, two-way type of dialogue. So welcome, everyone. It's so great to see not only the board members, who I seem to have seen quite a few of you already this morning, because we've had board meetings this morning, but also all our colleagues and partners and public who come to annual general meeting. You're never quite sure when you do this kind of thing whether you're going to end up with one person or 100. So I'm actually pleased to say we're actually pretty full. So thank you for taking the time to come out today. I'd like to open up our AGM by sharing with you a few reflections of the first year of our Integrated Care Board. This time, just over last year, 1st of July, we started, and we went almost instantaneously into the True North event. And with a coalition of what was over 100 people, I seem to recall on that day, we coalesced pretty quickly behind a new vision. And that was to be a great place to be born, live, and grow old. The other thing was a goal, which was really important to bring together everybody's thought process, was to have connected, healthy, caring communities for one and all. And I think everything we've tried to do over the last year, 14 months, has been to try and to live up to that vision. And I'm really proud to actually chair the Integrated Care Board for the last 14 months. I think we've come an awful long way, and I'll touch a bit more on that as we go through it. And I just wanted to reach out and say a few thanks to some of my board colleagues as well. This is a system across health and care, trying to work collectively together, where it's less about institutional boundaries and much more about putting the interests of those people who we serve, our citizens and our patients, at the forefront of everything that we do. So when I look around the table and I can see Linda, who's the chair, the leader of Cornwall Council, and also a co-chair of mine on the Integrated Care Partnership. When I look at colleagues like Nick, who's the chief executive of Healthwatch, and we've got Mary and Margaret, who are chairs from our providers, we've actually got a whole range of different partners. If I went on, it would probably take all day, but to share with you the kind of diversity of partners that we actually bring together has been astounding, and I'd be delighted in that. I think, and you might say he would say this, I think we're a maturing group of people with a common goal. I think, if you'd asked me last year how we were doing, I think we had sort of self-assessment, quite a way to go. I still think we've got quite a way to go, but I think we're doing it much more collaboratively and collectively than we could possibly have hoped for at this point in time, particularly when I compare us. We're one of 42 integrated care boards around the country, and when I hear and some of my colleagues how they're progressing, I'm, for all sorts of reasons, delighted to be part of Cornwall and ours, Scilly Integrated Care Board. I think we're beginning to focus on the things that really matter. We shouldn't forget the fact that we were once, before us, a CCG commissioning body, and we had to do quite a lot of, horrible way of putting it, lift and drop of people, resources and processes into there. And what's been so important in the change for us as a set of organisations is that our executives and our boards are much more coalescing behind common goals than ever I have seen before. And what we're trying to do is to make sure that governance isn't our end goal, but it's the facilitator of doing better things, better outcomes and better efficient outcomes at that. So we're looking to make different types of governance arrangements that are more adaptive and fleet of foot to actually try and move things slightly further forward. Let's not forget that we are trying to do integration. Now, integration doesn't mean one organisation. Integration, as we're concerned, is actually the integration of a coalition of the willing, is how I put it. When you've actually got people wanting to come to the party, it's a much better place than actually saying you've got to be here. So I think we're trying to create the value, and with the value, people will see that and will want to come to what we're trying to do. The coalition of the willing is focused on one thing: how do we shift the dial of outcomes and do it in a more efficient manner? And that can't be done, in our view, by one organisation on their own. And this isn't just an NHS solution either, to be fair, although this is the NHS ICB board today. We're very grateful to have done part of the system solution by working with our key partners in the third sector. Jo is here, who's the chair of our VCS. Mary, I think, may be here, who's the chair of Cornwall Partners for Care Homes. We've actually got, I said, Linda here from the council. There's a whole wealth of partners that I'd like us to celebrate. And there's something about how those governance arrangements on our integrated care board are going to be increasingly streamlined to actually make sure that we can focus in year on things that make a clinical difference to not just patients, because you've got a problem once you become a patient, but also to citizens in terms of prevention and how we actually get more people moving, maybe not towards us, but more based at home, more based in the community. And there's some interesting initiatives which I'll let Kate talk about, that we were sharing this morning in our board meeting, about investments that have come up that are citizen-based, place-based, that require resourcing and funding that isn't just about NHS solutions, but actually could be delivered at place and community by our third sector partners. So let's celebrate some of the things that we also have achieved. We have achieved on time, coalescing behind a 10-year integrated care strategy. And that's something that we've done in partnership, particularly with the councils, but most notably Cornwall Council, but also with Healthwatch and the third sector as integrated care partners. It's not easy to get that broad coalition of people together to leverage a 10-year strategy, but we had a fantastic start by the councils actually having their health and wellbeing board strategy. So we had a bit of a racing start. So we're trying to build that golden thread between the health and wellbeing board strategies, our integrated care strategies, and the joint forward plan, which is particularly the NHS element of how we deliver that. And we have concluded our joint forward plan. The trick now is how we go about delivering it. I'd like to also, at this moment in time, reach out to Kate, who I'll introduce later on, but as our Chief Executive. Some people seem to forget that Kate not only recruited, but pulled together a group of executives who weren't here at the end of June, 14 months ago. To have built an entirely new team, I think is to your credit, Kate. And also, I wanted to reach out to those executives of yours and say thank you to you as well. We also built a new non-exec group of people. Interesting, different types of people with different types of backgrounds, and I'm hoping that they too are bringing different things to our party. Also, we've been trying to get place energised, and I noticed that we've actually got some of our place colleagues here, and again, this model that Kate's talking about in her section, I hope will bring alive our commitment to wanting to do things closer to home and more place-based orientated solutions. Some of the things that we actually started on in November of last year was thinking about the purpose of our integrated care board. And at that point, we started to think about what I call the right sizing, which is inevitably becomes the sort of restructuring element. It just so happened then that rather jokingly sort of said the NHS national team caught up and then they decided to actually restructure themselves. So we're not doing it because they've done it. We've done it because we wanted to rethink through what our purpose was and to actually have the right competencies and skill sets and roles as part of that. And our remuneration committee last week, and we were updating the board today, our remuneration committee last week confirmed the phase one. Again, you'll probably talk about that later, but there's a new model that goes behind that. It's trying to do away with this concept that possibly has got in the way, maybe a bit contentious, of commissioner and provider. Here we are, how can we not work collectively together and be a little bit more grown up about it? So you'll have heard us talk about things like joint committees, you'll have heard us work together in different types of ways, and we're trying to work that through as we speak. We haven't landed it yet, but we're trying to do that. We've just come from a public board meeting, for some of you who may have seen that. We're also re-energising ourselves in terms of our integrated performance reports. Why? Because we need to be aligned in one version of the truth. We need to make sure the things that we focus on are the things that are most important. They're going to shift the dial. And that will be the kind of things that we'll now start bringing into our integrated care board as we go forward. Sounds like everything's been great, doesn't it? So there has been challenges, and let's not underplay those. Everything from, we started from a low base in some of our clinical outcomes. There's been industrial action. But again, we were hearing today, through all of that, we're actually seeing those green shoots of improvement. And the real trick here, and Mary, you said this to me the other day, it's more important that we have sustainable green shoots than celebrate a one-off moment. So we're not going to shout from the rooftops quite yet, but it does start to feel like we're actually beginning to get traction. And some of that isn't just about what an institution does. It's really clear that the interdependencies of what one other organisation can do to help this organisation to help everyone else is actually beginning to prove dividends. And I think that's why we are making progress quite so quickly, because each of the top team players are beginning to realise they can't do it on their own and they do need help and support, and therefore, again, creating value between each other. I think what we do recognise are the challenges, and we commit ourselves to actually focusing on those challenges on behalf of our citizens, our patients and our staff. So as I start to conclude, I just want to say how very proud I am personally to have the opportunity to chair the NHS Integrated Care Board. But I also wanted to celebrate not just the NHS groups of people who work to support our people, but all those people who are in health and social care in the wider spectrum of our system, and how with their daily, day in, day out support of people in terms of help, support, prevention and support once they have become a patient, that actually means that we can move forward. I therefore would like to actually celebrate not just the people I've mentioned who are in the room, but all those people who therefore are not in the room. Our staff in every part of Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, and for that matter, I wanted to recognise the staff in Devon. Mary helped me with the right number yesterday. It's 19% of our, I'll round up to 20, so there you go. And you're quite right. 19% of our population actually go across the border into Devon. So without our colleagues in mental health and in acute services in Devon, we cannot crack this problem. So we are having to work through choice, not have to make sure we're working with our integrated care board in Devon and in other places to make sure we have joined up services for all our roughly 500,000 residents that we've got. So as we go through the afternoon, what you're going to start to see is us, not surprisingly, trying to celebrate some of the things that we've done. And I'm going to leave Kate and the executive colleagues to actually focus on the wider perspective of them. But I thought at this juncture, I would just share with you a 2-minute video of something particularly focused that I think is actually trying to help, that we've done in 2023, trying to help young people with mental health issues across Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. So Pete, can you please play the 2-minute video? By reaching at place and a community level, we're hoping that this funding will be able to encourage those individuals to have a better start in life. And one of the things we wanted is diversity. We wanted it to be across all of Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, and we wanted to focus on an age group below 25 years of age. And that really had a breadth of types of experience of delivery, and therefore we've chosen a broad church of organisations delivering different types of support, and we're hoping to be able to reflect on what's worked and maybe do something similar next year. If we look after people when they're young, hopefully they won't have so many issues as they go forward into adulthood. So starting young is why we're putting this investment fund in to the children and young people of Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly.
It started off when a boy that had physical disabilities was put into groups that have other disabilities as well, and he felt that his needs weren't being met. At the weekend of every month they get together in a set base and they have a residential where they stay for 2 nights, and over those 2 nights they complete social activities. So this could be food hygiene, learning Easter egg making, to escape rooms, to accessible wheelchair, basketball wheelchair. But they also do life skills such as preparing meals and washing up.
Penhaligon's Friends family group at Liscard is a lovely place for families to come to that have been bereaved with their primary school age children, to be able to meet other people and not feel so alone in their grief. It's a gentle opportunity for children to explore their feelings around their grief and to make friends and to have fun.
Petrox is an organisation that initially support vulnerable people through offering them accommodation if they're appropriate for our services. We also offer resettlement settings where they can access shower, food, other support, signposting and things like that.
They give you mental health support, they can get you onto courses as well, but also they're providing a roof over your head to try and get you on the right track to get to your own place eventually. I suffer from mental health myself, and the support network here is brilliant. If there's something wrong, you can go straight to the staff and they'll be there for you.
Wild provides a community for young parents to come together, somewhere where they can feel comfortable and welcomed, and can have really open conversations about anything they're worried about, anything going on.
Honestly, the first time you walk in, it just feels like a weight off your shoulders. Everyone's so warm and welcoming. We always make sure any new girls that come in are reassured and know that it's a safe space and confidential. So.
She's growing so much, and I do think a lot of it is to do with Wild, in the sense of I've decided to not put her into nursery yet, and she's had this crash for now a year and a bit, and it means then that when she does go to nursery, she's going to be a lot more confident. And obviously there's loads of like interactive play and like educational toys, and she is just like thriving being here, and I think so am I, to be honest, and all the mums are, so definitely the future's bright, I think. So.
The WAVE project is about working with young children who might be struggling with their emotional well-being, taking them in the sea and creating a supportive environment for them to access the waves and overcome some of the challenges that they might be facing in other parts of their life.
It's helped me gain confidence with going in the sea, because I always used to be scared of the water in the sea.
I think it's just saved me really. Like, I used to be terrified of the water, I used to be quite anxious and had a lot of stuff going on, and then as soon as I started, it just started making me feel a lot better, more confident. Yeah, it just made me feel a lot, like my self-esteem got better.
Oh, I'm loving it. Yes, I am loving it at the minute.
So Tamas, would you mind standing up? Without your help, your organisation. So it now gives me great pleasure to hand over to the ICB's Chief Executive, Kate Shields.
So anybody who knows me knows if you put something on that's very emotional, I won't be able to speak afterwards for a little while, so I'm really sorry. So one of the things I'm reflecting on as John's talking is the ICB shouldn't just be an organisation, we're a collective. We're a social movement, and we're made up of more than the constituent organisations that sit around the table. So just from that video, it's really clear that the third sector that's alive and well in Cornwall, that's flourishing, is such an important part of our communities and our places. So as I go through what I'd like to say about the ICB, I just think we should reflect on that, because in our second year of operating, that's exactly where we should be. So the role of the Integrated Care Board is making sure that people in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly get the right care they need when they need it in the right place, and that through focusing on physical and mental health and well-being, that we provide opportunities that people might not have had in their lives. So it's around inequalities, opportunity and the treatment of illness. And we also know that the nearer you are to somewhere where you feel safe and secure, for most people your own home, then that's the place where you thrive the best. And one of the things that we do know around how we've commissioned services in the past is that we've been very much based on places where people go to, rather than services being available in the communities that they live in. So we as an ICB, as a social movement and a collective, our responsibility is to make sure that we have care in the right place for our people, that it isn't stripping away care, it's investing in our people in their communities' care. And through that, we are able to help people to make decisions for themselves. And some of my colleagues will always say to me, it's not what's the matter with you. It's, I've forgotten what the phrase is, but it's what do you want to, what matters to you, not what is the matter with you. So that's why people in place-based care is such a priority for us. And that's why, as we go through today, you'll find out that over the last year, our places have started running faster than sometimes we can keep up with them, to be able to do things that they think is right for their folk. So this year's been a testament to how we've worked together, because not all integrated care boards have what I think is such a close working relationship between our different sectors and our different partners. And I reflect on our relationship with our local authority colleagues, and through our health and social care engagement into the public health sphere, and from that into our communities, that we are coming closer and closer together. And our teams in places, I think, are feeling more confident that when we say we want you to work together, when we say we want integrated care, that they know that we really mean it and that they're getting on and doing it. I just want to run through a few of the successes that I feel we've had over the last year. So we've been investing in community infrastructure. So we've seen the community diagnostic hub appear at Bodmin. There'll be a new one at Camborne and Redruth. We already have West Cornwall Hospital with extended diagnostics and people being able to access care on the day. And the importance of those services within the context of places that also have community hubs and places where people can go for help and support means that we're starting to develop a richness of offering in our communities that means that people don't need to travel into central places for care. And over the course of this winter, I'm a bit like John, I'm looking ahead as well as looking back. That's where I'd like to see those partnerships coming together so that we truly are working in place. I'd also like to focus on the important role of our community hubs and what they did for us last winter. And for us, I'm not talking about the ICB, I'm talking about our people. The very valuable role they played in making sure that the most vulnerable in our communities got the care, the support, and just the human contact they needed as and when they needed it, and how that's grown so quickly. And Andy Brailsford will talk to us about it later today, that is a real sign of our power in Cornwall. When we ask our community and our people what they want, they tell us, and then there's a proportionate response. I'd also like to celebrate our general practice colleagues around the county. So over the last year, there's been lots of criticism around general practice accessing appointments. Are they accessible to all of our communities? And yes, there is still more we can do to support general practice, but we have to reflect in the national survey, our GPs came out really well. The care that they offer and the services that they give, the accessibility of appointments is outstripping anything they did before COVID. So yes, there's always we can do more, but we do have to stop and reflect on the effort that people put in now. We know we need to be open and transparent, and I suppose anybody who knows me that sometimes I'm a bit too open and perhaps a little bit too transparent. And we have lots of challenges, and one of them has been around flow. And we talk about flow sometimes as being people coming in through the emergency department, but it's not. It's through every little bit of our system and how people get to where they need to be as quickly as possible. We've done a lot this year to try and remove artificial boundaries and round the edges of teams so that they work together better and we don't make up rules around why people can't go from one place to another. Over the course of this winter, we need to do much more, and we need to learn from the successes we've had over the last year to make us feel confident about working together going forward. We know we need to do more to tackle inequalities, and I think that will come up a lot over the course of the afternoon. And we have to just stop for a moment and reflect on the fact that some people will not live as long as others, not necessarily because their diseases are worse, but they get them earlier and the impact for them and their families is much greater. So one of the things I'm really proud of is that our 3 place directors, I don't know whether they're here yet. Are you here yet, place directors? No, they're not. Our 3 place directors have been working together as a collective for Cornwall. So when we're talking about expanding access to the Brazilian model, which we really need to retitle as the Cornwall model, they're looking at where community development workers could go based on the need within communities, not by village or town, but by street and by close. And in doing that, they've identified where the money needs to go so that our workers are in the right place of the community, in the community, and funded across the whole of Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. And those workers will also have personal health budgets. So if there are things that need to be sorted to enable people's lives to be better, we're starting to build into our communities ways in which we've got the right people in the right place with the right resource to be able to make sure that our people get the best deal. So I'm very proud of that, and that does need to be written up. And our mid and central colleagues who brought this into Cornwall need to be congratulated for that, so thank you. You'll see from our annual report that there are many different achievements around our integrated care system, and that working together we are trying very hard to make that vision for a fair, equal society where we prevent ill health, we promote independence, and we treat you when you need to be treated, is starting to come alive across all of the services and the communities that we work in. And I think for some of that, actions speak louder than words. So there's a video that we're going to play. But before we do, I just want to say that you are all ICBers. So the ICB should be a social construct, not an organisation. We all need to hold each other to account. So in that spirit of, fair, equal challenge and transparency, we will only be as good as we ask ourselves to be. So in our second year, I hope we've done way more. I hope we have lots more things to celebrate. And I thank you for where we've got to. And just if we could go on to the video clip, that would be great.
Every new day across Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, our people are here for you. Providing comfort, help and support as every new dawn rises.
From our community hospitals across our care homes to hubs and homes across our community. We're devoted to bringing together the health and care services you need.
From advice, support groups, routine health checks to emergencies, your integrated care system is working together for you. Supported by staff, volunteers and unsung heroes, you may not even know the full variety of support they bring and have to offer.
From setting up pain cafes to support those with chronic pain, to our Admiral nurses and network of support groups, helping those with dementia and their carers. Our new force cars respond and treat people who fall at home. And the new diagnostic centre in Bodmin is offering scans closer to home. We know we need to treat physical and mental ill health equally.
We want to provide people-centred care in the right place and at the right time for all, ensuring services in our communities are tailored to meet the needs of you and your loved ones. We want every person, young to old, to feel empowered and supported to thrive.
It's an ambitious aim. It will take time to do, but we are committed to doing right by you. As the day draws to an end, our services still go on. From 111 offering advice to our paramedics responding to an emergency call, our care is available 24/7, 365 days a year to one and all. One thing you can be sure of, we are all committed to delivering on our vision to make Cornwall and Isles of Scilly
a great place to be born,
live
and grow old.
Right, it's all good. A couple of minutes. Anything you would like to ask?
Keith Judkins, I'm lay representative of the West Integrated Care Area. Kate, I just wondered, and thank you, by the way, for all the work the ICB has done so far. It seems to be the right direction. There's one thing that came out of the presentation that I wanted to just ask about, and that is, to what extent is there lack of uniformity, and particularly things like the community care, where currently, obviously, you've had to rely on those things already in place. To what extent are things happening to encourage the more passive communities to get engaged and therefore some degree of equality across the patch as well as between groups?
So that's a difficult question to me. So one of the things that we said when we started is sometimes organisations are a bit too far away from communities. So we've spent a lot of time talking to Emma Rouse, who's the Chief Executive of the Voluntary Sector Forum. We've spent a lot of time talking to our place leaders around their knowledge of what good looks like in their places. And I think over the next year, so this is sort of a forward-facing question, one of the things we're trying to work out is, for the spend that we have in the third sector, brackets, we know we need to grow it, close brackets, how do we make sure that we've got a way of allocating funds that means it's getting to the places that it needs to go to, so maybe communities who aren't quite so visible, and what are the trusted relationships through which we will identify those groups. So we've started having the conversations. We know there's more that we need to do, and if anybody has any ideas they'd like to share with me, then I'd be really happy to hear. But I'd like us to have a Cornish way of us making sure the money, Heineken reaches the parts that other beers cannot reach, then we have a funding mechanism reaches the parts that other funding's not got to.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Kate. Amanda Brookman, work with Volunteer Cornwall as the Primary Care Climate Resilience Programme Manager. You can probably guess what I'm going to ask. The Joint Forward Plan will take us to about 2033-ish, 4-ish. Obviously, everything will have changed by then. We will have hit, unfortunately, and crashed through the threshold of 1.5 degrees, and so we'll be operating in difficult times. Everything we're trying to do will be harder by then. What's the one thing you would like everybody here, all the ICB board and everybody else, to think about and do after today to make sure that as far as possible we build our resilience and not our vulnerability, given that things are going to get very sticky?
Wow, that's not a hard question, is it, Mand? I suspect Amanda's got the answer, but I'll give it a go. I think we need to know where our resilience sits, and the way you measure resilience isn't necessarily from an organisation looking out, it's from communities looking up. So I think it would be a good debate to have a group of people that say, what does resilience look like and how do we grow and sustain it? Because it can't be person dependent. I look at some amazing people we've got around Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, but when they aren't doing what they're doing, when they're not advocating the way they're advocating, will the power be behind the communities in the way it is now? So maybe we should have a bit of a, I don't know, if you're an interested person, speak out session so that we don't define it to one group of people or another. I shall chat to you afterwards.
Anybody else? Oh, I can see the sense you want to get onto the audit reports.
Or lunch. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kate. So we have 3 items to do formally. Simon, where are you? You are here, my friend. Please come up here. I'll introduce you as you go through. So Simon is our Integrated Care Board Chief Finance Officer. He's going to take us through in a structured way the annual report and accounts for NHS Cornwall, the CCG, because please don't forget, our ICB started on the 1st of July, which is 2022, which is 3 months after the accounting year started. So we do formally have to cover off the 3 months of Cornwall CCG here, and then the second element is to do the report and accounts for the NHS ICB board, and then we'll go on to the auditors thing. So Simon, over to you.
Thank you, John, and delighted to see everyone here this afternoon. So Simon Davis, Chief Finance Officer for the ICB, and I also travelled the journey of the end of the CCG into this new organisation. So I was given the challenge by my chair to try and make the accounts sound exciting. So, and I always thought accounts were exciting, but I did. So you might be disappointed with this approach, but I'm going to try. So I'm going to start with a little poem. So hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken-winged bird that cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren field frozen with snow. Now, I hope you'll all be thinking about what on earth does that mean in the context of the finance position on the annual report. And it doesn't entirely mean it, but poetry, to me as a CFO, is this poem. And it probably doesn't flow quite as nicely, but and it's called Happiness of a CFO. This is what, and written by Grant Thornton. So this statement is it's consistent with what every CFO and accountable officer wants to hear when they sign off the accounts, because fundamentally, if you go through the pack, it's a huge pack with lots of detail in it, and actually we will mostly rely on audit to tell us that we've done the right thing. So the poem is, accounts were prepared on a true and fair basis. ICB spent its money as intended, no matters on which audit were required to report by exception. And I know it doesn't sound like, but to me that's poetry when you've been through the managing as a system 1.2 billion worth of spend. Now, if you look at the numbers and enumerate them, we've got 2 sets of accounts here, 3 months with the final part of the CCG and 9 months final, which is the new ICB. And so when in previous meetings we talk about £1.2 billion worth of allocation, that's those two added together, because if you look in here, it's not a typical year. So I thought I would highlight, and I will actually say something about the accounts as well. But one thing I was keen to do before I moved on was to demonstrate that I'm not pigeonholed as finance. So I thought that was important to say. And this also reminds me of during the pandemic. So I think everyone were in different places in the pandemic. It was a really challenging time. And I was CFO at a hospital, so not in this patch, walking through Tesco's during the pandemic. And I still had my badge on, and suddenly everyone started clapping. And I was desperately trying to cover up the finance director bit on my badge. But it reminded me that we do. My focus will always be delivering the services for our population. I know it sounds a bit, but actually, and I think this probably comes with age as well, but absolutely comes with how do we deliver better care for our population within an amount of money that matches the public purse, so we can demonstrate to our population good care and we're not wasting money. And that's what all this work is about. And the accounts are sort of a demonstration of that, although they can appear quite dry. So I thought I would mention that. I'd also fundamentally mention the fact, which is a massive achievement for every organisation that sits within this area, that we did break even last year. And although we followed the years of the pandemic and there were different ways in which funds were allocated, it was still a huge achievement. And we're still all minded to move in that direction for this year. And we also signed off a plan for this year that was in balance, but with lots of challenges. So the other points that are probably worth mentioning, I can't go on to too many jovial things because I do have to take it seriously respect to the importance of working through a plan that stacks up on the service side and the money side. The Kerno CCG, I do have to highlight within the audit report, there were issues that are well described in the annual accounts here and the external audit opinion that says there were issues with some authorisation of payments which have been well described in that report. And in the journey of moving from the end of the CCG to the ICB, we've done everything that's required to tighten up controls that have stemmed from previous years and have become a problem. We were reviewed to death, and now we're in a much more governance controlled, in an appropriate way, managed space as far as that's concerned. So I wanted to highlight that, but the transition in itself was a challenge, and I will now move on to the position of the ICB in particular. So there's just 2 or 3 points to make. So the ICB delivered a small surplus of 92,000, and that's against an allocation of just over 900 million. So that's the 9 months worth that I referred to earlier. And that's a huge thing to achieve for all the organisations. And the difference we've got now, which we didn't have prior to the ICB, that you'll all be aware of, is that we have the one control total. And I know it sounds a bit dry, but we all own each other's positions across the system. So there's really no advantage to one organisation having a problem and another one doing really well, if you're talking in finance terms. And that dialogue in terms of planning and delivery has moved on considerably in the last 12 months. Huge amount of work to do, but it does feel like that we're moving in the right direction with some planning and effort and focus for all our organisations. So. Also, if you look at the accounts, and I won't go into too much detail, so the main areas for me, if you look in the annual report for the ICB, there's a sort of summary on page 6 which highlights our statutory duties, and we've hit all our statutory duties as an ICB. So that's the big tick list for me, alongside the Grant Thornton poetry. So that's fine. And also, if you look, I think that's actually page 179, it lists out all the main areas of spend. It's really high level because that's all we're required to do in the submission of a formal set of accounts. So it sets out the money spent in primary care, across the acute sector, mental health, and all those things that you'd expect to see. And it also includes the other areas that the ICB directly commissions, such as CHC and primary care through primary care prescribing as well. So there's that whole categorisation spend is set out there for you. I'm not going to walk through it because some people might not find it that exciting. So what I was going to do was I was going to leave that part there, and then I was just going to mention the value for money report, which is on the agenda at the same time, and then more than happy to take questions. The value for money report, I'm just trying to find that bit of paper at the back. For the ICB, this is another requirement that every NHS organisation has to fulfil. So financial sustainability, governance and improving efficiency, effectiveness are the key requirements that get audited, and there's a national model against which auditors assess where we sit with that. Now, in general, we did well. There's one area in it there which I also don't like seeing, red. So let me describe that. So I would describe that as ambition. So we've had meetings today to talk about what we need to do to deliver better value. So both improving care for the patient and making sure we're putting money in exactly the right direction. As a result of the journey from the pandemic, which is also referenced in the report, it's been quite difficult to do that. So the year-on-year position is really has not been as easy to profile how you're going to spend your money in different services, whilst we're trying to recover and get to a much better delivery position. And as a result of that, we as an ICB, alongside lots of others, have a very ambitious CIP efficiency programme, because we want to make sure that as many people are cared in the most appropriate way as possible for our population. And therefore, on that basis, we started the year, along with lots of other organisations, with plans that weren't as developed as you would like them to be. And actually all the work we've done since and the recommendations in the report highlight the fact that's what we're now doing, because we are having to work within a very difficult financial environment, public wise, as you'd expect, because of where the economy is and what we're all trying to live within our personal incomes, etc. So I just thought I'd highlight, but besides that, the report and the recommendations are very clearly summarised in the first page of the report. There are no material issues. In no way impacts upon the opinion, and we'll obviously work with that, and we'll be performance managed against that throughout the year. And my audit committee colleagues will hold me to account and ourselves to account for ensuring those things happen. So that is my summary of the annual accounts, and I haven't said much about the content of the annual report, because I think a lot of those are live things that we'll be talking about a bit more this afternoon. But I'm more than happy to take questions, and if someone wants to spend an hour with me afterwards going through every line of the accounts, then if you're brave enough to put your hand up, please do. Thank you very much.
Just before we finish, we found our new Cornish poet laureate, haven't we? I did say at the start, this is part of our formalities to do CIFO. It's unusual to have a board meeting with the board members actually first, but we'll do this slightly differently. So, working on the assumption, as we need to minute the fact, that if we take it in the order, the Kerno CCG accounts, the board are happy to note formally.
Yeah.
I take it, there's anybody else to shout at me? The second one is going to be noting in the annual report accounts for the ICB for July to March. We're going to note and accept that report. Again, unless you shout. We're going to do the same thing with the external. We're going to do the same thing with the external auditor's report. Everybody happy to note and accept that? So what's really going on? Thank you very much. So now I can hand back to you to do the question and answers on.
Wow. Go on, Kate. Oh, no, sorry, there's someone behind you.
No.
Very much. So I was just sitting here listening to this, because it's interesting when you're not around a board table, it's not quite the same way of experiencing the information. And as I was sitting thinking, the 1.2 billion doesn't belong to the ICB, does it? It belongs to Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. So in terms of you all being ICBers and having an interest in how the money's spent, then I think there is just something that we should all be taking, succour from Grant Thornton's poetry around how the money has been spent. But also as we go forward next year, where it gets spent as we go forward, then maybe we might have a bit more discussion around this at our annual general meeting next year.
Thank you. That was really interesting. I am interested in the detail, actually. But a quick query, and we can have a chat later.
Yeah, of course.
In your accounting processes, do you have, for example, a comparison between essentially business as usual and what the costs will be, and those costs will go up, versus what might happen if, for example, we spent money on community food enterprises and veg box prescriptions versus insulin, because we know that doing that has reduced HbA1c in a number of patients, for example. If we can engage in spending in social capital and active travel and transport for staff and patients, because we know that improves cardiovascular and cardiorespiratory impact, and we know it moves us closer to prevention. So have you got a mechanism in your process that allows you to see what would happen if you invested in health creation versus sickness treatment, and where that would take us? That's a genuine question. I don't know whether you do that or not.
Two things in that I would describe. So On the specific side, no, we haven't, but a piece of work is now being done to model some of the care pathway changes and how that would affect investment and better value. So that is a very active piece of work that we've been desperate to undertake in Cornwall and be sharing with colleagues and working through what does that tell us. So that's the first thing. The other thing which we talked about at the True North event a while ago, we talked about this phrase of channel shift, which is less easy to do than describe, but it is our direction of travel. So channel shift is us demonstrating that we're providing optimal care in the right place for patients, and by the nature of that, actually it should be costing us less because we've got less people demanding acute services and more people being cared much closer to home. So that model is the model that we're now working through, and part of our, which does sound a bit boring, part of our medium-term finance plan was set a strategy that describes that, and we're seeking to articulate what the service change is that would enable more resource to move locally and less dependency on acute type services at the two extreme ends. So the answer is we will have something fairly soon, and happy for people to be involved in understand that as a piece of work.
Very good. Thank you very much. There's a gentleman in the far corner. Introduce yourself.
You mentioned there's a £92,000 bonus on the last accounts. Does that get passed over to the current financial year? Because it would be a great help to the third sector.
The 92,000 technically goes back to NHS-EI, but having said that, there's a whole range of income arrangements for our patch that more than exceed that we've agreed with NHS-EI and in effect central government that more than offsets 92,000. So we've had lots of additional funds come in this year as a result of hitting that position last year. But NHS is in terms of ICB in that we can't carry money from one year to the next. Which is why we always attempt to keep that number, which has to be a surplus, to an absolute minimum.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is it working? Yeah. Hi, my name is Kate Main-Price and I work for Natural England as a Senior Advisor of Health and Environment. We hear really similar things, being another sort of public body around budgets always being squeezed and still needing to deliver on lots of targets and goals. I guess my question is around how, as public bodies, in the sort of lens of finance, how we can demonstrate multiple benefits and how there can be kind of shared investment when there's multiple outcomes. So using the food example, food systems are really important, but also, are really important for health, transport systems as well. So, and we, with this current government, as an organisation, having to put things in sort of financial perspectives a lot of the time. As a finance expert, how would you sort of suggest we can have that narrative of kind of working together under budgets getting cut and cut and cut to kind of make sure that we can still deliver really well?
My initial response, then Kate might want to add to this in terms of the sort of service side. My initial response is a colleague of mine who's not here today, so Debbie, who's on leave, keeps talking to me and colleagues about being clear about something we call programme spend. So understanding by the sort of category of need for an individual or by pathway where we're spending all our money as a health service, and then looking at that alongside local authority spend for social care, etc., etc. So part of informing what you just described is us completing that piece of work. We haven't been able to do that yet. Our initial focus, and I think we've recognised it, is to absolutely firm up on this year's position in terms of how we're managing our resource. But we are beginning to talk to the local authority about comparing information across the sector. And the other piece of work that is underway, and Emma's not here either to talk about it, is to take a view on all the third sector, voluntary sector end, and how that aligns the other services that are bought within core health, so we can take a view on, is it being spent in the best way? And then the final thing is, when we finally set out the channel shift picture in terms of money, those things need to inform that, so we can describe what we're going to do more of, what we're going to do less of, and what the investment impact is. So I'm talking about the theory. We aren't there yet, but we need to be. And I don't know whether you've got anything else to add.
I think, is this still on? Yeah. I think this is where there's not often a lot of conversation between different sectors. So there's loads of initiatives around sort of green finance and things like that. And also how to sort of finance all kinds of things. And I think it's quite often that you see silos where the health system's kind of over here, the environment system is over here, transport system's over here, housing's over there. And there's kind of investment opportunities in each of them, but they don't, from my personal perspective, not seeming very aligned. So it's really important to have that kind of integrated approach which you guys are striving for. So just be open to those.
But the part which is fundamental I didn't describe is about working with the localities. So I used the term channel shift, but we are expecting to move more and more management oversight and insight from localities in managing how we spend our money in order to deal with and bring to the surface the things that you're describing. I don't know whether you've got something else, Kate.
So I think both you and Manda are raising the same thing, really, around the etiology of disease and the creation of healthy, happy people that are able to manage their own lives. So it's not about health or ill health, it's just about living. And so some of the things you're describing, diet, exercise, transport, housing, self-esteem, are the, if Rachel Wigglesworth was here, she'd be talking about the social determinants of health and how we've been getting upstream for years, but now how we do something about it. And nothing happens without money being part of the solution. So I think some of what I call channel shift is, if we've got a financial strategy for the next 5 years, how much of it goes upstream whilst still being able to demonstrate that we can meet our constitutional standards in the NHS for the downstream impacts of ill health. So it's exactly where we want to get. And we're working with Deloitte at the moment, and we're asking, so we've got the sort of a plan for this year, good in places, needs a bit more help in others. We're starting to look at what next year will look like, and for that we'd like to look at the pathways where there's the most ill health and unhappiness as part of long-term conditions, because they'll all take us back to the same point around what we do, around where you live, where you go, what you do, what you eat, who your friends are. So we can start to build that into our modelling, that if we moved X amount into this point, what would the impact be in 1 year, 2 year and 3 years? So I think we might come back to people who are interested, and it'd be great if you could let us know at the end of today. Around, we have a community of interest around channel shift that we can hold ourselves to account for, rather than it just being left with Simon and his colleagues to pull rabbits out of hats. I think that'd be great.
So let's have, yes, another question here.
One of the things in my experience over many years has been that the facilitation of change, especially where people feel under-resourced, can be quite tough. I wonder to what extent you have the flexibility to put money in extra to what's already being spent in order to streamline process and perhaps save more in the longer term. Change management seems to me one of the things that needs resource before you can save. And I wonder how you're, as a board, managing that.
So we're managing it in a very difficult environment. So we're attempting to do that. So we are trying to get to a position where we have in-year flexibility to make changes and give people the headspace to do things differently. And we tend to have pockets of that, and sometimes it's quite difficult to have sight of the answer when operationally there's a lot of issues that we're trying to manage as a system. But I do think the key part of our strategy into 24-25 is to eke out that, not padding, but that resource that enables us to change and focus our efforts, whilst a large proportion of our organisations are focusing on the day-to-day delivery. And at the moment, the separation of those two can be quite difficult in the way you described. Yes. Yes.
And I think, Keith, one of the things is around who's in charge of which bit of the change. So if I think about my colleagues working in the hospitals, when it comes to, you know, time to your treatment, getting you through a hospital department in the right way, getting your tests in the right, people are geared up to that inside an organisation. What we're less geared up to is when we're deciding to change the way we do that or your route into or out of it. And the way the operating model for the CCG was built was we had, my words people might not like it, but standing armies of people. So we had very much hierarchical teams that worked through their hierarchies. And systems don't work in that way. They work through matrix working around teams coming together for specific issues. And we're trying to build that into our operating model. So we are part of our own change management rather than looking for specific bits of people to do it with us and for us. And then we have to span that out, don't we? So I've already heard 2 offers for you know, wider teams around change management. And for some of these things, the changes won't be with us. They will be in places far away from the central ICB. But if we can stop people being in places that make them unhappy and more unhealthy, and we can promote them being in places that they thrive in, then we will start to answer our own financial questions and our own health outcome questions.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Debbie O'Niens. I'm the clinical lead for personalised care of the ICB. And I just wanted to pick up on what Amanda was saying about health creation and just thinking about the ICB's change of channel and wanting to move to a different model of care. If there was and thinking about our financial position and our medication bill, you know, and that part about, you know, moving away from treating just the sickness and focusing on health creation. And if there's an opportunity to move into all pathways, something about health creation, so that in all our new community pathway, IT systems, the first conversation that any practitioner has with the person is about how that person is managing, creating their own health, rather than focus just being on the illness or disease. And that should be the first step in any pathway. That's a really easy thing to do. It's a quick win, and it could save us a lot of money before any medication is explored for prescribing. What we've seen in the pain pathways is that a lot of pain cafes is that, you know, a lot of people just don't understand the impact of their medication. And we also know 1 in 4 admissions is linked to medication issues. So I just wonder if there's some, you know, there's some things we could do which wouldn't cost a lot of money, but it would support that change in shift of direction, and, you know, help people to really have that exploration. Because what we know is we can tell people till we're blue in the face, and we have been for years, what they need to do to stay healthy. But what we really need to find out is, you know, what's getting in the way for them doing that and how we can support them to do it better. And that's the bit that we often don't have, and helping not just the people of Cornwall to understand why we're changing direction, but also practitioners within the system to understand why this isn't a sustainable model of care. And I think that health creation is absolutely the way we could save the NHS, potentially. And I just wondered if that's going to be, I know there's a lot in the Future Forward plan, but just from a financial perspective, I think Amanda has, you know, really highlighted how there's national evidence to support, you know, connecting with green spaces, deprescribing, and various other interventions that can support health and well-being and prevent illness. And just wondered how, you know, in our models, in our financial auditing, there's an opportunity to explore that moving forward.
So I think the answer is there is an opportunity, and it has to be the right thing to do. And actually, it's what we're spending a lot of our time talking about now, is how to translate our current investment profile into a different future. But I don't know whether colleagues want to comment from a service perspective.
Where we sit at the moment, so I'm a believer, I suppose. I'll start off like that. But one of the things we're going to have to do is to enumerate what that means. So we've got all of the evidence, because when you look at every public health report that's been written, probably over the last 20 or 30 years, there is such compelling evidence of exactly as you described as what we should be doing. I mean, I'd almost call it self-esteem. So, you know, are you worth the things you need to do in order to have a life that is the one you want to have? And not everybody feels that way. So in order for us to do that, we, on the 5 big pathways that we're going to do next year, I'd like to enumerate it. So if we did this in these places, the evidence we've got, what would that mean for upstream presentations, and how would we monitor it back? Because we're going to have to link the end to end. We're really poor in Cornwall doing cause and effect. So we talk a lot about different silos of work. We don't connect them up, and therefore it's really hard to say there's a very compelling financial and health improving case. So I think that's a challenge to us, to work out how we can ask for those 5 pathways to be end to end. And from our the first draft of our phase 2 operating model, we are wanting to create posts in teams working with other experts in other parts of our system and our teams that can put those models together. But we're all going to have to work together to make it work, because no one else is doing it. And we're doing it in small pockets, but not at scale. So how would we scale that for the Cornwall way and the Isles of Scilly?
Hi, Nick Bailey, CEO of Healthwatch Cornwall. We have a public health and inequalities group which sits within the various complex governance structures of the ICB and Council. And part of what's been talked about is discussed there. And that group is looking at some of the metrics, particularly from a public health perspective. And so the need for and the awareness of those demands exists, and of those solutions. What we seem to be discussing and working towards is making that happen.
Okay, just a very quick comment to say thank you for that really interesting discussion. I think I would give all of my backing if the ICB got a bit more arsey, actually. I think I would like, because essentially at the moment we're stuck in the sickness treatment rather than health creation model, and we're stuck in the response rather than proactive space. So as an example, there was an absolutely atrocious planning application that went in to Penzance recently, which was catastrophic in terms of car use and air quality. And I know this is where the system works. The system isn't good enough. The ICB response was, oh, well, we're going to need X amount more GPs. Whereas I would like the ICB to say, no, that's rubbish. It's not good enough for our community. And if we want to make sure we're not constantly looking for a bigger and bigger bucket, and we are working on health creation, then we have expectations, and give your backing to our public health colleagues. So I'd ask for a little bit more arsiness. And I know it's difficult, but I think we all have to step up and be a little bit more arsy in these difficult times. Otherwise, as a colleague of mine says, we're going to be constantly pulling people out the river when we need to step up and ask what the bloody hell's happening on the bridge. That's my ask to the ICB. Thank you.
Ian Jones, volunteer Cornwall. I hope you invite Amanda back next year as well, please. One of the things I'm hearing is the move in terms of the channel shift from a rational lexicon to a relationship one. How does that equate to what we're told to do by NHS England, to then to the ICB, and then how do we push that down into place and give more autonomy at place? And that then links into personalisation. How will we handle the money if we take that route?
I'll start then, I'm sure, Kate. And I think we just need to map out what we've been describing. So I think that the channel shift model will do exactly that. So as far as NHS England are concerned, they want us to deliver all our performance targets, judging the care levels of our population. And they want us to work within a identified allocation that's set out and loads of different formulas nationally, age profiles and all sorts of things. They want us to do the right thing. And I think it's well understood, and I believe this, that the best value for money comes from care in the right place. So if we push care and resource closer to the individual, those changes you describe will happen, and there would be no resistance. There would be complete support from NHS England in making that happen. And the challenge I have from the True North is articulating that now. We're much clearer, I think, about what the ask is, and in our planning into next year, those things will be a lot clearer. We can have these discussions a bit more openly.
Thank you. So, I am keen. There's plenty of opportunity this afternoon for more Q&As. So we're going to pause at this moment, if that's all right with you. You achieved your goal of making an entertaining account session. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. See you next year.
Okay, so just finishing off the formalities. That actually brings to the end the formal element of our annual general meeting. So thank you for your support and interactions on that. So what we're going to do here is, as we can see, the flow of Q&A was important. So what the team have just been suggesting is that we bring forward 15 minutes lunch, which principally means we're going to end now, and then we're going to start at 2 o'clock sharp, the next session. So thank you for that. So a bit of information to do in the next half an hour. So the first thing to do is to recognise there's going to be a prize at the end of the day, a raffle prize. And the way you get your tickets is visiting all the stalls outside. There's a ticket per stall. So bearing in mind, I know the prize, I will be going to every single one of them personally. And I hope you don't mind if I end up winning it, because I'm very keen to win it. But please go and see all the stalls out there. It's a packed lunch, half an hour. So it's packed lunch, go where you need to, but please come in and be seated for a 2 o'clock start, because we intend to start at 2 and finish at 4. Thank you very much indeed.
The idea of this building and this setup is that we coordinate the falls responses across Cornwall. My colleagues here will triage the calls that come to us via the ambulance service 111 or direct from Lifeline. They will speak to them, ascertain whether they're injured, whether they're on the floor still, try and contact next of kin, etc. Try and get them up in any other way. And if necessary, send a falls car, which we then deal with and actually dispatch them from here.
It's proving to be absolutely vital in Cornwall at the moment. You know, we're increasingly busy. You know that the statistics, the figures are showing that we're being successful. We're dealing with people that are on the floor. We're preventing conveyance to hospital. We're treating them at home. We're managing to keep over 85% of the people that we're going to, we're keeping at home. So it's proving it's working. You know, it's proving its worth. It's still in its infancy. We've only been going for 12 months. The figures are great. We're keeping people out of hospital, we're avoiding unnecessary ambulance attendances. So I don't see it's only positive. There's nothing negative to say about it. It's working. It's helping.
Charlotte, my little girl, was born on the 31st of March, and it was definitely not the birth that I expected. Understandably, there were a lot of restrictions in place at the hospital, as you would expect, but to turn up at that hospital and find a security guard on the door, and the midwife who you've called ahead of time waiting there for you, was just the first strange thing in a succession of many that then followed. I had quite a tough labour, as many women do, and I had to be admitted to hospital when I arrived. Of course, my husband Tom, unfortunately, he couldn't be allowed in at that stage because I wasn't in established labour, so he had to go home. I was in a lot of pain that first night, just sort of by myself. He was only allowed to stay with me up until about half an hour to an hour after Charlotte was born. So we knew he was going to have to leave, and that affected some of our decisions. In the end, after what was a very tough labour, Charlotte was born by C-section. For him spending the first couple of days of his newborn daughter's life not able to be with her or with me was really difficult. And the rules were changing all the time. At one point, on the Monday, she was born in the early hours of Tuesday morning, we asked the midwife if Tom was able to go home and collect some more bits and pieces for me. And she said, yeah, absolutely no problem. Ring on your way back. We'll come down and let you in. And within seconds of him sort of getting himself ready to go to get the things, Anna, the midwife, came rushing back in and said, you can't go. They've changed the restrictions. If you leave, you won't be allowed to come back. So things were changing all the time. Everything was moving. I remember sitting there on the ward on my own after Charlotte was born, taking stock as you do as a new parent, thinking I'm now responsible for another human being. There were about 4 other women on the ward. It was just incredibly tough. Staff, total praise, really reassuring, really calm, handled everything brilliantly, and they really made all the difference because I wasn't able to have my husband there. But yeah, it was a very strange experience, very strange. I was physically poorly to a degree, had very, very bad swelling in my legs and ankles, which is why they kept me in hospital. But I'd also had a C-section. But actually, it wasn't until I got home that things changed for us. You're so tired, and that's really difficult. You don't get much sleep. You sleep in shifts. You do whatever you can to grab 40 winks here and there. And that's really how it began for me. I was diagnosed with postnatal depression and anxiety about 3 or 4 weeks after Charlotte was born. The day I reached out for help, when I realised that everything wasn't okay, we'd had a day of particularly bad feeds with Charlotte, and I had watched her crying and crying and crying for about 4 hours straight, and nothing we were doing was working. She had fed and we changed her nappy, but she had really bad colic. We just couldn't ease her pain. We couldn't help her. And we were taking it in turns to try and get some sleep. And I was on my own with her in the living room, and I'd tried everything. I'd been walking up and down. I'd been rocking her, singing. And I had an exercise ball when I was pregnant. And I remember I held her in my arms and sat down on my exercise ball. And I just felt so frustrated and so tired and so ruined. And as I sat down, her head banged into my chest. And instantly, my head went to all these very dark places. I've hurt my child. What if I've caused her serious injuries that I don't know about? And I just burst into uncontrollable tears. And my husband came running in, and I gave Charlotte to him, and I was sat on my bathroom floor in floods of tears, pulling at my own hair,
because I wanted to make myself in as much pain as she was in. And I have never dealt with emotions like that before. The thoughts that go through your head. And the hardest one probably to talk about is the thought, actually, I just wanted to walk out the door and not come back. And the guilt was horrendous. I love my husband. I love Charlotte. She's our world. And I just felt that I was failing as a mum.
Grace's story. Grace lived in her family home, where there had been extensive domestic abuse from her father. Her mother drank heavily and self-neglected. Her partner was abusive to her. Grace used illicit substances, and there were concerns she was being trafficked to cities where she was exploited. Grace fell pregnant, but did not attend maternity appointments. Her sister was also pregnant and at risk of significant harm. Although known to many services, their chaotic lifestyles resulted in missed opportunities from services. Due to regular emergency department attendances, the sisters were referred to integrated safeguarding services, who worked alongside community partners to improve their experiences and outcomes and reduce their risks. Grace was provided supported accommodation, engaged with a substance misuse worker, a domestic abuse advocate, and received maternity care. Her sister also had a personalised plan of support. Integrated safeguarding services were able to work with Grace and her sister individually to meet their needs, provide safety, reassurance, and hope. They were treated with dignity and respect. This story is one of many. The team receive over 4,500 referrals each year. Each one is a person with their own story, and their story matters.
Recruiting into the care sector is really important at this time with pressures on the whole of the integrated care system. How important is it to get that message out there and to get people coming into this industry?
I believe it's very important because it's a worthwhile job and there's lots of people that need our help.
With what you do, you see the types of people that need the help. Sometimes in the job that I do, we see people who are ready and well enough to leave hospital but can't because they haven't got the right onward care pathway. And events like this fit into the wider jigsaw where it can help. And like you said, you do see that there are a lot of people that do need that help. Cornwall has an ageing population and when we need to support those people, don't we?
Yeah, and also I work generally with people who suffer with autism and learning difficulties, and there's so many people out there that require help and good help and proper help. And it's, you know, I've only done it now for 2.5 years, but it's absolutely changed my life and changed my perspective of people.
And what made you decide to get into this industry?
Lockdown, basically. I worked in a steel foundry since I was a kid, and we were furloughed for 3 months. And in that time I evaluated my life a little bit and felt that I was not happy doing what I was doing anymore, although I did used to previously love it. It just gone stale and I decided to try something different after the furlough. So I went back for a week and handed in my notice, and then a couple of months later I started this job.
So why care?
Because working with people more so with autism and learning difficulties was something that my mother did and my sister did, And it's something that always interested me, but I never really had the sort of, I don't know, the faith to try it really. But I think I sort of had me, with the lockdown and with me evaluating my life and what I wanted to do, and obviously, you know, as you get a little bit older, you start to want to do something that means something in your life. You know, that's something that makes a bit of a difference to people.
And how rewarding is it doing this job?
Oh, it's amazing. I love it. Absolutely love it. You know, I love every part of it, even the difficult bits I enjoy. And I do enjoy the challenge of it. I do enjoy the rewards of it. And I just look forward to going to work each day now, rather than actually waking up and dreading it, which is what sort of happened before.
We know we need to recruit more carers, hence the reason events like this are being held. What would you say to other people who are considering maybe making a move into care?
I would say at least try it. At least try it. And I mean, when I first started, I mean, I'd gone from a job where I knew everything. You know, I was the bloke that everybody went to find out information, and to actually start to do something again in life, and you know, it makes you look at yourself differently. It makes you look at other people differently, and I've just enjoyed the whole challenge of it. And some of it has been challenging, you know, but it's been very rewarding. And I've met some really great people, you know, clients, not just staff. Great staff on the whole, but the clients, and they appreciate everything that you do for them. And that's what I like.
The workers that we've appointed, which are being hosted in the community by voluntary sector organisations, so they are embedded in their local communities. They're not employed in statutory services like health or local authority. They are owned in the community. The difference is the workers will be given 50, 100 households, depending on how many hours the workers each work, to build long-term relationships with. It won't be a short-term intervention. They're not there for 6 weeks or 8 weeks. They're not looking after just children or just families or just older people or just health-specific reasons. They are with that whole family. It's a universal intergenerational approach with a long-term preventative aim.
I was recommended by someone for this role because of the role I was already doing in a secondary school in Truro. I was working very closely with one of the social prescribers for the area, and she knew about this role coming up, and she told me about it, and I got in contact and got the interview. And the reason I decided to go to the interview was because in my role in the secondary school, I often felt a bit hopeless with certain situations I was coming up against, how I could support the children I was working with, but extending that to the support of their families as well, which we just really weren't able to offer. But this role is so holistic and works with the household as a whole, which was something that really appealed to me, to be able to support them.
I think what underpins it is people's health and well-being, and that was really important to me. So
many people want to support others, and NHS obviously is a service that does that, but people are put off through not feeling qualified, not feeling competent. And if you know, at very front line, you don't need these qualifications, don't worry, you know, just come and be yourself. I think you're going to get people who care more and actually want to do it, but maybe haven't gone to university, haven't got the qualifications, and it'll be a massive asset to what is a struggling service at the moment.
because it's a chance to work in the community. We are the link for the community and the NHS. We are providing a holistic approach, working with families. Yes, it's good to be part of.
But one thing they are very passionate about is saying that you do not need exclusive qualifications to be able to apply for the role. Apart from having a basic understanding on using ICT and computing, they don't really need you to have any other qualifications.
We hope that it will improve some of those health inequalities. We know that in other areas where, as I say, it's been trialled, things like vaccination uptake has improved, and also screening as well.
I want to see my team going in, making great rapport with those families and changing people's lives. I think it's really important that we've got such a disconnect at the moment from well-being and health. I was speaking to another lady in there. You know, it's about the health feeds into the well-being, the well-being feeds into the health, and sometimes people need that little bit of a leg up, and they might not be able to identify it within a family system. So having fresh eyes going in there and identifying those problems without forcing anybody to change, but just kind of offering up that service. I hope to see a real uptake in what we're offering, and then watching that journey and watching that flourish.
We're here today at the new Community Diagnostic Centre in Bodmin. This is a fantastic facility for people in North and East Cornwall, isn't it? It's so different and a real good news story.
Brilliant, great news story. I mean, well, you've seen it for yourself today, the facility for the patients, it's so calm. They come in, they have their scans, it all feels very relaxed. For those that are used to going to kind of a busy acute hospital like Trillis, this is kind of, a world of difference. So it's really, really good. And as this facility grows and we can do much more, it's just going to become, a fantastic centre that we should be proud of.
The first reaction from the patients coming in is how great the facility is, how clean. Obviously it's new, but it's so accessible. Parking right outside, along with the public amenities and services, i.e. bus stops and things. It is a really great place to come and have your scan.
I was expecting a visit to Truro until I reread the letter again and found out that it was this facility here which is so much easier for us. We're very lucky because we are within a mile and a half of this facility, so to have it for us is marvellous. One doesn't expect such a fluid journey, as it were. Basically, I've been here less than half an hour, and for that to be put into the day has been absolutely fantastic for us.
There are further phases planned for this centre.
Yeah.
What's it going to be like when it's up to its full capacity and up and fully running?
Well, hopefully it will be exactly what we want it to be. So it will support the minor injuries unit here, which will be brilliant. So patients may not need to be conveyed to Trelisk, and that's fantastic because we'll have a replica service here that we have down in Penzance. So that will be really good. And I guess the next phase is really opening up all of the other different pathways that can come through here. So it is what it says on the tin. It's a diagnostic centre. So whether you need an echocardiogram, whether you need a CT, an MRI, this is where you need to be coming for that. So I can imagine if we come back in 12 months' time, it will feel busier, but still that lovely environment for patients to come in and get done what they need to have done.
And this is, of course, all part of the wider work up the spine of the A30 that we were talking about before, to bring care closer to home, because that is actually a very important part of a patient's recovery programme. The closer they can be treated to home, the better, really.
Yeah, and I think you've probably seen that with the patients that have come in today. They're so appreciative of the fact that they don't need to travel that far. And you're right, we're a long thin county, and you know, if we can start to pour some of those things in, everybody then is, you know, more or less within 30 minutes of something on their doorstep that they would have ordinarily gone through to Trellis for in, you know, not so long ago. So I think this is the first step of really starting to develop that kind of vision for Cornwall as a system, and you know, this is a bit of the jewel in the crown currently at Bodmin.
The demand on primary care has been huge, and at our own practice alone, we've seen a rise by 41% since 2020 in terms of the demand of patients and the number of phone calls that are coming through our system. So by adopting this new model of care, it's actually not only enabled us to be able to facilitate that we can see patients on the day, no matter what the availability of appointments are, to ensure that the patient does get seen. It's also enabled us to be able to have a number of routine appointments available as well. And by having this model and having the various different clinicians that work within it, it's actually freed up several hundred appointments each month for us, to enable us to ensure that all routine appointments are seen within 10 days and that all urgent on the day appointments are seen on the same day.
So the first thing we really did was we updated our website. So we got a new website that was a massive improvement on our old one for first. We updated all the information on there, but it also allows patients to submit secure contact forms online. So for a lot of us who are digital, and as we know, the NHS is moving kind of in that direction, as is the whole world really, it allows patients that accessibility to contact the surgery however they wish, through their phone, through their computer, and they can do that day or night, knowing that someone will pick it up that working day or the next working day, and they'll get a response.
The on-call was predominantly run by GPs. So we were losing routine appointments because the only way to staff that on-call, and as the demand was getting bigger and bigger, was to have more and more doctors be able to run it. Now, a lot of the urgent on-the-day things, you know, it might be a minor illness, it might be a wound, it might be somebody needs a bit of stitching or might be having heart palpitations, so they need an ECG. All of these things don't necessarily need to be done by a GP, you know. As long as the oversight and the clinical decision making is done by a doctor who is running that hub and mentoring that hub on the day, then it's sufficient to utilise the skill sets of many other clinicians that can fulfil that.
We did feel like we were seeing everything, you know, from the minors of ailments to mental health problems, you know, and just complex problems all in one session. And I think that did mean that as a GP, it was hard to prioritize whom to see and when to see. But with the hub model, it's given me that capacity to run my clinic the way it should be run.
the heart of everything we do is our patient care and remaining true to our rural practice.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Pete? Here we are, back in action. Thank you. If I was back at P&O, they'd be having a go at me because we're 3 minutes late. All right, so I'll try and catch up. Welcome everyone. So nice to see so many people come back after lunch. Yes, excellent. Welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed a brief, compact lunch. We're now moving into the informal, what we call True North. What happened next? So with no more further ado, I'm going to hand over to Kate to lead us on the next section. Thank you.
So there's going to be some slides that come up and I can't see them, so Pete's going to help me. So the first one up, Pete. Lovely. Okay, so so those of you who came to the True North in July 2022, well, remember it was quite exciting, and we got everybody together to talk about what we'd like this thing to be, this integrated care board system. And I'm just going to remind you some of the things that we said at the time. So, Pete, we have the next one, Pete. So, why True North? So we looked at the North Star as a point of reference, and the event allowed us to create our own North Star. So what was the thing we were going to hold ourselves to account for? What were the things that we would collectively agree that we needed to do? And that when things got difficult, they were the reference points we brought ourselves back to. And when we were planning, they were the reference points that determined the direction that we went in. So I know some of my colleagues have been critical that we didn't do a True North event to follow up the True North event, but that was at the time when we hadn't really done things. And we are now getting into the point where I think our guiding principles are starting to really make a difference in terms of what we do. So let's just remind ourselves what they were. Pete? So we created a vision that Cornwall's a great place to be born, to live and thrive and to grow old. And frankly, we pinched it from the council. Because they'd already crafted that as the vision for Cornwall, and who could disagree with it? And why would one agency in Cornwall have a different vision to another? We talked about our aim. Now, at the time, I didn't really like this aim, so because it's the aim that we came out of the meeting with: connected, healthy, caring communities for one and all. And from the conversation we've had this morning, I think we might be getting nearer to being really focused on connected, healthy, caring communities for one and all. And the reason I didn't like it is I thought it could be a little bit of a strap line rather than a statement about what we're going to do. And I was wrong. So the True North is around delivering the integrated care system triple aim, so balancing the money, promoting health, and making sure that people don't get ill. So we shouldn't be an illness service, the NHS. We should be a health promoting service that's there to look after you if you should happen to get ill. It's not a consequence of life. Setting our strategic direction, so that is one towards healthy, happy people in the places that they call home, and developed by our people and our partners. And one of the, having chatted to people at lunchtime, one of the next iterations of our True North, I think, is when we're starting to set our priorities for next year's budget. The discussion that we had particularly around our annual report, are we going to have priorities that mean we push further into our communities or we move further away from them? I was speaking to Ian from Volunteer Cornwall at lunchtime. We have to remember the constitutional standards that are around how people access care within 18 weeks, can go through ED within 4 hours, can be discharged in a timely fashion, can be assessed for a mental health condition in their communities regardless of their age within a reasonable time. They're all enshrined in the constitution of the NHS. They are legal rights. And at the moment we don't meet those. And I would love to be in a world where they are rights that we serve people by delivering, and also we limit the numbers of people who have to access those rights because we are working with them in the way they want to be worked with. Katie Hutchinson will come back with an example later today that it should be around the options that we give to people, not a limited choice that it's that or nothing else. There are 5 True North strategic priorities delivered via our strategy. So remember, we've got the ICS strategy, which is where the health service with the broader partnership with the council comes together. So we are really looking at the broad social determinants of health. We're not looking at who's got diabetes and who's got heart failure and how we treat strokes. We're looking at the causality of it. And we've got operational plans for driving performance in 22-23 with 5 clinical priorities supported by 3 enabling priorities. One of the realities around the life that I live in is that some of our autonomy will be earned. So we earn our autonomy by delivering on the legal standards that we have to deliver against the Constitution, that we spend our money in accordance with the allocation that we get, that we're a going concern, and that we are triangulating our spend against the services our people need. And Deb O'Nien's, I can't see where she's gone to, her provocation to her earlier is, well, let's look at that needs in a different sort of way. And then we set up Transforming Care for Cornwall, which was going to bring all of this together, accountable to the ICB, so we could track where we were going. Pete? So this is just a slide that shows we like golden threads in the NHS. I don't know whether anybody else has golden threads, but this links through from our integrated care strategy that we have with the council through to our 5-year forward view. 5 years isn't a long time, is it, when it comes to planning and delivering changes in a county? But we have some outcomes in 5 years that will really start to make the 10-year strategic changes happen. And all of that was enshrined in our system plan for 23-24. So we have spent more in our communities this year than we had before. We have moved some more money into prevention. I am really proud that we're spending more in place. And as we're getting towards the start of this next year of operating, I think our places are going to become way more important in terms of determining what we do, not responding to what we ask. Pete? So I'll just put these up just to remind you that people are at the centre of everything that we do. And again, it could be a trite phrase, but I think we are moving towards a point where that is something that guides us. It's all about what people want and need, not what they get. My place is different from one person to another. And I am deliberately using the phrase today, the places that people call home, because they may be very different for different people around our county. The financial strategy for channel shift. So, as Simon said, really easy to say, really hard to do. How do we enumerate that we are going to move money upstream into different places, perhaps through different governance mechanisms? So experts are advising on expert things, and maybe some of those things will be nothing that the NHS knows about. So how do we create that trust across our system so that we're doing the right things in the right places? Population health management. So we now, across the whole of the county, with thanks to Rachel Wigglesworth and her fantastic team, have got mechanisms in place where we truly do know the needs of our population at quite a granular level. And we are starting to hear today about some of the things that we could do to meet that need in a different way. And wouldn't it be good if we were spending our money on a population health basis around the greatest deprivation, so that we were then having that targeted allocation? That's all part of channel shift. And then employment. So we know that people who are employed in gainful activity, who feel happy in what they do, are mentally well and physically more likely to be thriving. We also know that if you have a job that, I think it's over 24,000, I've lost my numbers now, but the more you earn up to a certain figure determines the health of you and your family. You know, as a health promoting activity for a sector that employs probably around 26,000 people with primary care included in Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, we could be generating jobs all over the place so that we can, through that one action, improve the health of our population and the outcomes for their families. So all of these come together for the purpose of the ICB. Improve outcomes in population health, tackle inequalities, enhance productivity and value for money, and help the NHS to support broad social and economic development. So you created all of these in July. And as we go through this afternoon, I'm hoping that, I'm not going through the rest of the slides because it's just a bit formulaic, but as we go through the afternoon, I'm hoping that the people that you hear this afternoon, and then the experience of going into our places and finding out what they're doing, that the True North comes to life. It's not a few slides or words on a page, it's an intention that is now being enacted. and in that I'm really proud. And it's not nothing that we and the board have done, it's everything you lot have done. So I'm hoping this afternoon is a bit of a celebration. At the end of it we go, and yes, we could do more. So can I leave it at that and we'll crack on? So who am I handing over to? Katie. Who would be better for me to hand over to?
We're ever so brave inviting me to speak. It can always be a bit unpredictable. When I was first asked to speak today, there's me when I broke into the Kelly's ice cream van and did a Kelly Brook. I was ever so pleased with myself. When I was first asked to speak today, I really naively thought I could speak about whatever I fancied. And then they said, oh no, Kate, you need to speak about people and places. And then somebody is unwell, so they asked me to cover that as well. So it was quite lucky that I'd covered a bit of everything. But I am hoping within that, my ADHD brain has pulled it together in some way that makes sense. Because quite often it really does make sense in my head, but it doesn't when it comes out. So I hope I can guide you through this journey of chaos. So I am really, really privileged to work with the people of Cornwall, and I work with them across a number of settings. So we've got a CQC regulated business, and we work within what we call the community and the third sector. And the magic that I've seen being able to be created from that, and I fell into that by chance, but we've got a business that does both. And what I can see within that is the solutions that we can find for our people of Cornwall. So I'll give an example of working with mental health wards and how you can quickly build packages of support that look really different by keeping people at the centre. And the golden thread between both of those components is keeping people in the centre of care and then listening to what it is they want and then thinking, right, what resources have you got as an individual and a family, and what are your assets, and what assets do we have in our community? So working with mental health wards, we've seen people who they could have been in hospital for 2 years, they might have been in for 3 years, and then you sit down and really talk to them about what is it that you want and need, and what resource do you have available to you, and then looking at, actually, we need some CQC regulated activity to get you home, but the reality is you're only eligible for 10 hours per week, and I don't know if that's really going to do it, but by taking our community teams with us as well to those conversations, you really quickly have got some people in mind, workers that are mental health transformation funded. We're running the Gateway in partnership with Age UK, so we know what's going on at Community and Place. We're working with Volunteer Cornwall. We're hosting social prescribers, health and wellbeing coaches. So you all of a sudden go, that person's going to St Agnes. We know the social prescribers there. We know they've got a bit of capacity. The people in Mind Worker can specialise in that. We'll link you into some debt support. And then all of a sudden that 10-hour support is looking more like 30, and it's happening at Community and at Place. So I think I've been really lucky in the sense that I'm working in both those fields. I think we need to fight box clever and really trying to find a way to support the rest of that CQC regulated market to move into that field. And that's tough, that's really tough. There's a lot of mistrusting information and also on relationships, and also by default. People are conformers because you've got your regulation to uphold, whereas I never minded being on minority steps, so it was all right to take those risks. But when you're dealing with a lot of compliance, to take those risks feels scary. So I think we need to think about how we support the CQC regulated sector to actually work more in partnership with the third sector, and we need to create commissioning and those relationships to help enhance that, because like I say, I managed to do it by default, but I've really seen the magic in how we create difference. So I wanted to talk about as well, and I think this has come up from other people today, around shared responsibility. And I suppose the other bit where I'm lucky when we talk about health inequalities, they're my tribe. I came from the housing estate. They're all still my friends now. So sometimes I can be in that world and I come to this world and I think, what the hell are you lot talking about? So last week, a couple of weeks ago, I'm at home and my mate rings me and he's like, right, Chuffy, what's on? I'm livid with my dad. I go to him, how are you? Why is that? And he said, well, he sat there on the sofa. He's smoking a fag, eating his cheesecake, and he's got 3 health letters in his hand. I'm like, oh, has he? What are they? Well, his leg, he's nearly having to have it operated. He's got his eyes, and he's got a heart condition. And I know he's saying this while smoking a fag. So he's on the phone to me smoking a fag. So when we talk about health creation and health inequalities, I think some of the language we're meeting, we're not going to meet that audience. And it's also about being more realistic. So what happened with that guy? Fell off a roof, big hole in his leg, real heavy drinker, heavy smoker, can't really take much time off work. Luckily, there's a girl on the housing estate who's a nurse, goes, "Ooh, you definitely need to get that looked at." So he goes to a doctor. And my doctor, I wasn't in the room, but my guess would be they're looking at him, you're a bit of a pisshead, you're a smoker, they're batting him off a bit. And then they end up, 3 weeks later, it's really not looking that great, putting him on really strong antibiotics. Well, he's going to drink and smoke. So he's sick all over his house, he's falling out with his son. And in the end, he's ended up in hospital for 3 weeks. Whereas if it was right from the beginning, right, these are the options that are available. Which one's going to work for you and your lifestyle the best? He would have just gone and got it cleaned out, I think. So it's just about being really realistic and practical around what that shared responsibility looks like. It's not always about health creation. For lots of different reasons, that is a really big journey for people. So, but it doesn't mean you're not entitled to good care and support. And it's just about having that honest conversation with people. So the next bit is around what's the key to success, and I think that ties into what you guys are saying around that mature commissioning relationship. I'm really lucky because I've been able to use my voice. I'm really strong to our values and able to say, do you know what, I'm just not going to do that. I'd rather walk away, or can we find a different way of doing this? So with our ICB commissioners, I'm really able to sit in a room and they really laugh at me because they'll say, oh, we've got this in the contract. I say, I don't really give a shit about the contract, to be honest. Like, I know everybody else is going to be driven by the numbers and this is how everyone else is rolling, but actually we're in a really safe place of there's social proof of doing really, really good work. And you'll say to me, oh, Kate, this week we've got some really complex people, can you help with them? And I will. So that's about having that mature relationship and us being able to work together and respond. And I think if we can get to a place where that mature relationship is with the rest of the sector, it will feel really, really different. And I've been blessed to be able to we've spoken about having a phone a friend list, so I'm able to get on the phone really quickly. So when I'm looking at people and I'm thinking, you're going to arrive, you're not going to have much medication, or we had a guy, bariatric, right, are you sending me with the equipment? Well, no, he's not quite bariatric. And they arrive and they really, really are bariatric and you haven't got quite the right equipment and then the medication hasn't arrived, but I've got the number for pharmacy, I can get the support I need really quickly. So that makes it easier to take bigger risks. We need to get to the point where there's those mature relationships across the sector, I think, will make the biggest difference. And also working in that MDT environment where we're all solution focused together with the patient in the centre of that, because the patient has the most crazy solutions that you're like, oh, we spent hours talking about this. We should have, you had it right from the beginning. So I think we've been able to work in a world where we've been able to create that. So for me, it's really exciting when we're talking about working at place in smaller teams, but I think we need support to build those trusting relationships, because I think the mechanisms are there to do it. It's about culture and behaviour. It's that last hurdle for us to get over. And then, I'm losing my way here. I think we need to think really cleverly within this around workforce. I think we can think about people at the centre, that our workforce is something separate to that, and actually it's in the centre of that, because if our workforce are well, they're able to have those conversations. And I do think around shared responsibility, people are probably doing it well sometimes, but when we hit crisis, that stuff goes out the window, and actually it's in that moment when you really, really need it the most. So if your workforce's head are already full with everything else that they're trying to achieve, actually they don't even need to be at crisis in work. Their bucket's already too full to have those conversations. And I think that really leads into looking at how we support an international workforce. We know that that's the world that we're moving into. And I feel really excited about that. And I also feel absolutely terrified. And for a person that's always really optimistic, I think we just need to be really, really honest around actually housing in Cornwall is really, really tough. We know a lot of people are stuck in our wards because we can't find them anywhere to live. So actually, we need to make sure that we're not locking a possibly vulnerable workforce into a housing market that is really, really insecure, because that will have a negative impact on well-being. We also know from the stuff that I've already previously said, a lot of our CQC regulated services, they don't know a lot around the third sector and actually what is available to support people and achieve really good outcomes. So we need to make sure that we are supporting our international workforce and our local workforce to understand that, because that achieves really good outcomes for people. And then if we look at health inequalities, I think we really need to be looking at how we're recruiting from our most deprived communities. Like I say, I've shared my story. I come from a deprived community. The health messaging that we give back to our own communities is really, really powerful. It takes more time, but I think that that's our next challenge.
Thank you. Thank you, Katie. We're just going to hand over now to Sandy and Karen, who are going to talk to us. That's right, isn't it? Sandy, Karen and Sandy, yeah? About co-production work on personalised care. Just going to turn this on.
Thank you. Could we have the next slide, please? So, personalisation. Let's not pretend it's new. It's been around decades. In control, choice in control, person-centred care, person at the heart of care, doing nothing without me. So many different terms, so many different ways of saying personalisation, but what does it really, really mean? What does it mean to the person that needs some support? It doesn't mean any of those things. We haven't cracked it. We're well on the way to it. We've got some really good pockets of work, but we haven't cracked it yet. We haven't fully delivered it because we haven't embedded it into the delivery and the practice that we do. So, recent months, we've had a consideration of what does it mean? And there's a huge amount of factors that need to come together to make personalisation work. So the first thing we sort of said is, well, is it the voice? Are we not hearing voices? Are we not creating the environment for voices? Well, we've got co-production, we've got engagement, we've got consultation, we've got advocates, peer advocates, self-advocates, parent advocates, independent. Yeah, okay, but we can probably do better. Then we think about, okay, is it the money? Is it the way that we support people with the money that they can have their budgets? But we do direct payments, we do personal health budgets. We've recently started doing individual service funds in Cornwall. We've got commission care personal budgets, but we can probably do better. Is it the market sufficiency? I think Sandy will agree with us on that one. We can definitely do better there. And finally, how do people really know everything? How do they know what they need to feel empowered, to be able to create choice? And when I talk about creating choice, I'm not saying that it's a choice that we give a list of choices about. It's about fully enabling people to create their own choices. And they can do that with really good information and advice. So we've pulled together a working group, as we always do. We've actually pulled together 8 working groups under a single programme of work that is going to tackle all of these individual elements to make sure that they interplay with each other. And every single one of those working groups is dominated by people with lived expertise, because it's not a group of professional stakeholders that need to sit in a room. It's a group of people with lived expertise that need to tell us their experiences. What's been good, what's been bad. Let's not shy away from poor experiences. We hear about them a lot. There's really good stuff out there as well. So I'm going to ask Sandy to tell us her story. Sandy is the director of CAP and is the parent of a fabulous young man called Matthew. Can we go to the first slide, the next slide, please? A fabulous young man called Matthew, who has had a very hard road to travel on. And Sandy's going to give us the pleasure of that road and how we can do better.
Hi everybody. Oh, sorry. What do I do here? That one. Sorry, I need to sit down to present because of some ongoing health issues. I've got two roles in life. One is being a mum to two young people, James and Matthew, and my other role in life is the founder and current director of a small Cornish charity called Cornwall Accessible Activities Programme. Cornwall CAP, as we're known, has over 1,100 members, all of whom have a family member aged 0 to 25 with a disability or additional need. And we provide opportunities for those children and young people to have fun. Because you know what? When you're aged 0 to 25, there's nothing better in life than if you can have a bit of fun. I'm reliably informed there's a few health professionals in the room. We also have a programme called Time to Shine, and some of our learning disabled young people have developed a piece of training about what it's actually like to access healthcare provision with a learning disability. And if anybody would like to commission us, a very, 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 very small commissioning charge to bring a group of young people along to help you better understand what it's like. But I'd like to introduce you to Matthew. Matthew is 20 years old now. He is happy. He's stubborn. Are there any social workers in the room? Because he's a little git. He runs us ragged, and he enjoys life to the absolute maximum. He also happens to rock that extra chromosome. He's one of the lucky few. And we call it the lucky few because who wouldn't want to live Matthew's life with that extra chromosome? But Matthew also has some health issues. So he has very, very high personal care needs. And we've been in the care system. We were assessed as needing support as a family, and we went straight on to direct payment. So since he was 3 years old, Matthew's been a direct payments recipient. Initially, we were given 3 hours a week. In that 3 hours, Matthew was taken out by a PA, and I was supposed to do the shopping, clean the house, do the paperwork for his returns, and spend quality time with my son, James. And obviously, I didn't get half of that done because I fell asleep with my gin and tonic for an hour. As he moved forward in his childhood, it became abundantly obvious that he wasn't going to be able to access some of the mainstream services such as Cubs and Scouts without support. But he didn't want his mum there supporting him. He wanted to go and do that on his own. What 7, 8-year-old wants their mum to go to Cubs with them? Not many, I bet. So we started to employ personal assistants to take him to do the things that he loved. As we moved through to his teenage years, direct payments were increased. And as we moved up through the system, he started to realise that he could choose when he left our drive with his PA in her car. If he turned left, he got taken to Flambards, and if he turned right, he got taken to Camel Creek. What more could a 14 and 15-year-old want in his life? And he actually is the face of Flambards now. He goes there every single weekend with one PA or another. But the most important thing is that Matthew has that choice. He has that choice of who he goes with, where he goes. You can see that he is fun and he's fun to be with, but any PA would love to have work with Matthew and go and have fun with him. But actually, that's one of the challenges that we currently have and have had for a number of years, is to find PAs who are willing to do his high personal care needs. Because after all, if you can get £10, £11 an hour flipping a burger in McDonald's, why would you accept £10.90 an hour to change the bottom of a grown man? You're just not going to do it. So the challenge is to find people who are willing to meet his high personal care needs. So now we moved forward in our lives, and he went all the way through mainstream school until he was 16, and they chucked him out because apparently you can't do You can't stay at school until you're 35 years old. You have to leave if you're not achieving, if you're not doing A levels or something. So he went through mainstream school, and then he went to a specialist provision at Truro College. So he's been in a specialist provision for 4 years. That finished in July. And for the last year, we've had the challenge and the task of making his weeks, and it started this week, what are we going to do with Matthew? And that's where the personalisation agenda came in. And we worked with Cornwall Council and we worked with the statutory SEN service to find a way of delivering what Matthew wanted to do and to meet his support needs. And that has really been a challenge. And it's quite costly. I don't mind telling you that it is quite costly. And we are trailblazing because on offer to Matthew post-college was one provider who would do personal care for him. One, that's his choice. At 18 years old, his choice was one provider. Or I could have put him in a day wasting service. He's not going to a day wasting service. He needs challenge, he needs opportunity, he needs to have fun in his life. But we've come up with a package for him where he's now at Newquay Orchard, and he's just done his first 3 days at Newquay Orchard, and he's charmed the pants off everybody there. They love him. If you are in Newquay, go in and have a cup of coffee in Newquay Orchard Cafe, and you'll get served it by Matthew. He'll probably take a cup away before you've finished it, because he's very keen. But this is true personalisation that we've now achieved for him. He still gets his fun. He still goes to Flambards at the weekend. But he's also being educated, and he's also doing Newquay Orchard. I'm not sure that when it comes to the winter time, he's going to be that keen going out into the garden. But at the moment, this week, it's been wonderful. That's it. I'm finished. It's got to go off.
And please pass on our thanks to Matthew for enabling your story. So Andy Brailsford, I believe, is next, from Volunteer Cornwall.
He is indeed, but I think you'll all agree we've fallen a bit in love with Matthew. So I don't know how you're going to follow that, Andy.
Well, thank you very much. My slides have been, in the jargon, have been restructured overnight, so I'm be as surprised as you as to what comes up on the screen next. So my name's Andy Brailsford. I'm Support and Development Manager at Volunteer Cornwall, but I'm here specifically to talk about the Community Hub Network that we've been working on over the last 12 months. And I have to remind myself sometimes it has only been 12 months we've been doing this because it feels like it's taken over my life. So can I have the first slide up, please? So we're a year on, which is a good chance to reflect, and I just thought I'd talk you through the journey of where we started, where we are now, and where we go next. And I start by saying the word "we" on there isn't Volunteer Cornwall or my team, it's the voluntary community sector. This is a genuine collaboration with a whole host of partners, many of whom are in the room today, Chaos and Pentreth, Age UK. Lots and lots and lots of organisations have come together to make the community hubs and the community gateway a genuine collaboration of infrastructure partnership across the sector. And we really had to address the challenge that you posed to us in the public sector. We're moving towards a place-based system of delivery of health and care. What does that mean for us in the voluntary community sector? How do we deliver place-based services? And so after a bit of head scratching, we thought, actually, we've already got place-based services in the voluntary community sector. We just don't think of them in that way. Most of the sector is structured around the themes and the services we provide. But actually, we've got organisations pre-existing on the ground doing that day in, day out in their communities. What was missing was the kind of network bit, so pulling them together into a network. Nothing focuses the mind like a good crisis. Can I have the next slide, please? This was the vision that we developed jointly across the system, across the sector. We thought, we can do all of these things that we've read and we've heard and we've discussed with you. We can make the community hubs do all of these things for you. And then along came Kate and said, right, okay, I'm going to give you the money. I'm going to put you on the spot. Do it. which is a bit of a challenge, and you suddenly think, oh, okay, we've been saying we can do it, suddenly we've got to deliver. And as I say, nothing really focuses your mind like a good crisis. So coming out of COVID with a looming cost of living crisis, and and the ongoing climate emergency and the impacts on health, we thought, right, we've really got to step up now. We've got to do this, and we've got to show that this is the strength of the voluntary sector, focusing on personalisation, focusing on prevention, making sure that we can show the difference we're making through this delivery. Now, we did build in some evaluation into our first 6 months. So we started about this time last year. We were hastily putting it all together, ready for go live on the 1st of October. And then the commissioners came to us and said, this is brilliant, but what about those places where there are no community hubs? What about those people who can't get out of their homes? And so the gateway was our kind of wraparound solution to all of that. But in terms of evaluation of the community hubs, we were really keen to look at what difference we were making to the health and care system. And what we found was about half of the people, about 55,000 people used those hubs over last winter. And about half of those people said, if this hub wasn't here, I would have gone to some other source of help and support. Top of that list was friends and family, but the close second was I would have gone to my GP. And I think about half out of that half of people who said that they would have gone somewhere else, 38% would have gone to their GP. Now, 38% of half of 55,000, my math isn't that good, but it's quite a lot of people who would have been knocking on the door of primary care otherwise. And the other end of that scale, I think something like 4% said, I would have rung 999, I would have got an ambulance, I would have turned up at ED. And again, 4% is a tiny percentage, but it's still a lot when you're talking about 4% of half of 55,000. So someone can do the maths for me, hopefully. But what we were able to demonstrate is this works. This does prevent people accessing services further up the line, usually more costly and usually unnecessarily, because the help and support they need is often available sooner, further downstream, as Manda was saying about, looking downstream and finding out why people are falling in the first place. So with the money we had, we brought together 40 organisations. So we have the next slide, which hopefully will show us. Don't worry too much. I think what the aim of that map is just to show you that there's a fairly good geographic spread. 40 organisations with funding from NHS Cornwall and Isles of Scilly, spread out across the county, enabled us to offer services and support reaching out into communities both in our bigger towns and villages and some rural models we've been piloting. What does it look like for pop-up hubs in rural areas? How can we take services out closer to people where they live? And for me, I think one of the most pleasing elements of all of this was that the commissioners listened and they trusted us. They said, when they were talking about getting this money out, the first thing that we started to talk about was contracts. And I thought, oh, this is going to frighten a lot of those organisations off. I wrote a one-page application process thinking, there's no chance they're going to let me get away with this. And the commissioner said, OK. Give it a go, see what happens. We need to trust people on the ground that they know better than even than me sat in Truro, what people in Callington or St Just need. So we've got funding. We had funding for last winter. We've got funding for all of this year and all of next year. And again, that might not sound like a long term, but in the voluntary sector, 2 years funding is like, oh, hallelujah. So that gives those hubs confidence to deliver and develop new services. I want to show you what goes on in community hubs. So we made a little video, premiered here today. Hopefully the technology will work. So that's any community hub, that's every community hub potentially. We can do all of those things and much more. There should be one more slide, hopefully. And the exciting bit for me is where we can go next. So we're already talking to some primary care networks, to some ICAs about the things we can do. Let's take flu vaccination programme out into the community literally. Let's do some of the vaccination on the ground. Let's put some tech into those places, and let's get people's blood pressures so that people, you know, the Know Your Numbers campaign that's running, let's do that. And let's start to build up micro businesses in those hubs so they can take on some of the services that currently unnecessarily occupy CQC registered care providers. We can do those things. So it feels like a really exciting time. I know the clock's ticking, I can see I'm being whisked off in a moment. So I just want to close by saying by the end of this year, we'll have 50 hubs backed by the Community Gateway with their wraparound service 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. We feel that as a sector, we're ready to step up alongside you to make sure that this winter and beyond, we play our part to deliver the vision of the ICB. I'll now hand back to Lucy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucy Tewson. I'm the Director of Engagement and Communications at the Integrated Care Board. Now, my mum has asked me if I can do a selfie, so I just want to do a quick selfie just to explain. So do wave if you can, and I'll send this to my mum. Lovely. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, I'm really, really excited to be here, and I'm really excited because I know what's going to come next, and none of you do. But I just wanted to give you a little bit of context. So me and my small team have been out and about across Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly doing some really fantastic engagement called the Community Conversations. And what we're doing is we're finding out from local people across the area what's really important to them, what's going to make Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly a healthier place in the future. And it's part of our 10-year integrated strategy. But really, I wanted to get out there because I'm new to the area. I wanted to hear the voices, the people that are really important for what we do next. And we've already spoken to 2,000 people face to face. We've got an online survey, I'll give that a quick plug, it's running till the end of September. Over 2,500 people have filled that in. So we're nearly up to 5,000, but we want to get out and about more. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome a fantastic team from Cornwall Neighbourhoods for Change who are going to perform a great surprise. Leave it to you. Come on up, people. Wait there. Okay, sorry, just getting organised. Okay, so, hello, it's us again, we're back. Sorry, for those of you that know this could be a bit chaotic. I'm Rose. And I'm Jazz. Those of you that were at Newquay last year will probably remember us. We popped up, we read a poem, and then we helped for a while. We love doing it, so we are back. And we've got our friends. Because, you know, why not? We are the Fever Collective from CM4C in Redruth. We are very lovely people, but we do like to speak the truth, our truths, to those we can to influence change. We meet most weeks, see what we can do towards this, and we go out and about and we give speeches and okay, sorry, and we love doing it, and we quite often write poetry or write songs. There is a poetry book available for you to buy on our little stand out there. And I'm now going to pass you over to Jazz. The microphone put me off. Sorry. Sorry.
That's not quite all we've been doing, though. We've been doing lots of workshops commissioned by the ICB. Don't have one, there is a box over at the table we are sat on. Please go and grab one. And there will be the full report published on our website. I believe it's live now. If not, yeah, it's live now. But the main things we found throughout all of this were that waiting times still sucked, that mental health and dentistry were lacking massively, and people were really feeling impact from that. And people were feeling judged about who they are while trying to access these services. And throughout all of this, health inequalities were still persisting.
Okay, here you go. We are all here to speak our truths to you about healthcare as we see it. We're happy to chat to you. We're happy to answer questions. We're happy to come out and do some work with you, but it does cost a little bit of money now. I'd like to introduce you to Sonia, Tammy, Charlotte, Chris, Karen, and Sasha. We are going to read a poem to you, and the poem is called Don't Tell Me. Move it a bit. Come on, Fitz. Well done. Right. Ready?
Don't tell me what to do. Why the hell should I listen to you? I talk my truth, but you don't hear me. So I shout, and you say,
You're far too near me.
so I whisper.
Speak up, I can't hear you. I'll have to give you my own point of view. You really need to communicate better.
But I can't read or write.
But I've sent you a letter.
Don't tell me.
I'm not the right person.
Don't tell me. You're in the wrong place. Don't tell me.
Can't you see we got big problems?
Don't tell me.
Your life's a disgrace.
Don't tell me.
You've only got 10 minutes.
Don't tell me.
There aren't enough beds.
Don't tell me.
You're confusing health with care.
Don't tell me.
Here, have these meds.
Don't tell me where to go. How the hell am I supposed to know? I try my GP. Only appointments online. If I had internet, that would be fine. I tried the chemist. A huge long queue. If I'd stayed there much longer, I'd have ended up with the flu. I call 111. My heart's in my mouth. 120 beats per second. My mind's going south.
Don't tell me.
I'm not the right person.
Don't tell me.
You're in the wrong place.
Don't tell me.
You can see we got big problems.
Don't tell me.
Your life's a disgrace.
Don't tell me.
You've only got 10 minutes.
Don't tell me.
There aren't enough beds.
Don't tell me.
You're confusing health with care.
Don't tell me.
Here, have these meds.
Don't tell me what's wrong with me. It's taking me hours to get to minor injury.
Have you slipped? Have you tripped? Are you battered and bruised?
I'm numb, I've got slurred speech, and I'm pretty confused. Now my face is dropping, this isn't a joke.
Oh, holy hell, you're having a stroke.
Don't tell me.
I'm not the right person.
Don't tell me.
You're in the wrong place.
Don't tell me.
You can see we got big problems.
Don't tell me.
Your life's a disgrace.
Don't tell me.
You've only got 10 minutes.
Don't tell me.
There aren't enough beds.
Don't tell me.
You're confusing health with care.
Don't tell me.
Here, have these meds.
Now we're in the ambulance. It's not your fault, but you're sorry.
You should have called sooner, but there's no need to worry. Now that you're here, you're in the best place.
Well, if you'd seen me sooner, this wouldn't be the case. Trying to get an appointment in the right time and right place, as likely as pigs flying in space.
Don't tell me.
I'm not the right person.
Don't tell me.
You're in the wrong place.
Don't tell me.
You can see we got big problems.
Don't tell me.
Your life's a disgrace.
Don't tell me.
You've only got 10 minutes.
Don't tell me.
There aren't enough beds.
Don't tell me.
You're confusing health with care.
Don't tell me.
Here, have these meds.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. That was really enjoyable, and I hope it was thought-provoking. And we will be sharing all the engagement findings and analytics with everyone across the system. So if you would like to get involved and get in touch, reach out to me. It gives me great pleasure now to hear about some of the great activity we've got going on in our local areas to respond to some of those issues mentioned in that poem. And I will welcome Juliet Ferris. Thank you.
Wow, that's something to follow, isn't it? My poetry is not as good, unfortunately. Lovely to see lots of new faces, but a lot of faces that I know. So really great to see everybody. So I was thinking about on the way down Cornwall, what does Cornwall mean to me, and place, and what does place mean? And, you know, there's no doubt Cornwall is the most stunning place. You don't have to look outside the hotel today across the eyes. It looks stunning, doesn't it? Absolutely beautiful. But it's also very challenging, our place. We have water on 3 sides. That in itself brings its own challenge, doesn't it? But we also have very vibrant communities and very strong sense of community in Cornwall. And that's the positive parts that makes our whole county tick, really, about how do we have those connections. People really identify to place and their communities in Cornwall. Although we do have some rivalries in Cornwall. Anyone that was at the rugby match on Saturday between Camborne and Redruth can attest to that, I'm sure. So there are definitely some rivalries across our county. Andy's just shared some brilliant work, hasn't he, around those community hubs. And I really think that sings to that piece of collaboration. And that's the sea change that I'm seeing in Cornwall. That's well a pun, isn't it, around sea and water around us in 3 ways. But it's really like taking that collaborative approach. It's taking off our lanyards. It's going, we are all individuals here working together at place, supporting individuals. That's our job. That's our role. That's human to human. That's our humanity and our humility. That's what keeps us people. So I think I want to really kind of just reinforce that, really. I think the other bit it brings is we are all across all the 3 integrated care areas. So I'm talking on behalf of Andy Sant and Rob White, who Rob's in the room here today. Our focus is about how do we bring care and support closer to people in their place, in their home, whatever that might be. So they have their community around them. That's our focus across all our 3 integrated care areas. So what have we been doing in the last 12 months? Well, everyone's been really busy, haven't they? Lots of things have been going on. One of the key things the integrated care areas have done is bringing all our partners together in that collaborative way. So when I say all our partners, you know, how wide is all our partners? So that's our primary care colleagues, that's our general practice, that's our practice nurses, it's our community health service, it's like our district nurses and our physios. It's really thinking about our social care colleagues and how are we working together with them and not working against each other, because actually it's all about people, isn't it? And we all are trying to do the right thing for individuals. We are very lucky in Cornwall to have a wonderful voluntary sector and community enterprise. We are so lucky compared to other areas in the country. And a lot of our community groups, small, even the small clog dancing group in St Just, right up through to our bigger organisations in our towns and villages. But it's all that strong partnership for me. It's all that collaboration that really brings it together and makes it work. And the other thing within our ICAs that's really making the difference is people with lived experience, being honest, having that really strong voice in our forum, to kind of say it as it is, just as a poem, because that's what keeps us true to what we're trying to achieve and keeps reminding us about it's not about organisations, it's about people. So bringing us back to that. So the next piece that we've having brought our collective people together to go, this is us, this is place, we're now building on those neighbourhood teams. And as we get into the breakout sessions, you're going to hear a bit more about that. So I'm not going to wax lyrical about that because I'd love to. But neighbourhood teams are really, really key about it's that connection. Take your lanyard off, what's right for the individual we're trying to support. I'd have to say across Cornwall, you know, we've got an interesting geography, haven't we, as I've mentioned earlier. And each of our areas, you might say, why have we got 3? Why not just one? And I know that's been a constant question. I'm looking at Kate slightly, the wry smile on my face. But each of our areas are different, actually. They have different geography, very different. You know, I cover the west, which is what I call the very pointy end, which we are sitting in today, right through to the Isles of Scilly. But then I think about, you know, in Rob's area in the central, heavy areas of population centred around St Austell and around Truro and Newquay. Lots of around that tourism issue for us, around transient nature of our workforce, all plays out through that. And then I look at Andy's patch up in the north and east, really large geographical area, a lot of moorland, a lot of sheep, and the distances to travel is really tricky around, you know, thinking about that north coast. And then people receiving services from across the Tamar, which gives another thing to navigate, I think is probably a good way of putting it. So for all that we have lots of synergies around having care closer to home and making sure we can move things closer to home, also we're very aligned around health inequalities and that health inequity. I think inequity is better than inequality, actually. How do we do that? We're all very aligned about it, but we are all different. Each area has its own strengths, it has its own resources, and we need to build on those, build on the strengths. You can't create some of those in those areas. You need to work with what we have already, and we have some wonderful resources already. Our people, as in our workforce, are wonderful, and our people in our communities are wonderful. Just about how we pull that together. I knew you were going to do that to me, and I was not going to laugh. Really put me off my straight. So, health inequity. I know earlier on we were announced that we've got some funding at place to roll out the model, which is fantastic news and a great investment going from our ICB to our places to actually roll that out and shape it to make it fit for those communities. Can you tell I'm slightly put off? So that was it. So the main thing for us at our ICAs is about how do we organise seamless services. So from a person, it shouldn't matter who's coming up that path to you, who's sat in your front room. It's about what we do, not necessarily how we do it. I think it's about how we really keep that person in the centre. So how do we have an integrated, supported, seamless delivery that really focuses on that individual? And we need to remember that person is the expert in their life. We are not. We are there just to help them at a time when they need it. So how do we do that? So I am going to wrap up now. I've got my lovely cone next to me. Now you're going to hear more about from each of the ICAs. And we're going to play Cornwall Monopoly. If we could have the next couple of slides. That's it, Monopoly. So you're going to see a little bit more about your Monopoly. And the next slide, please. Thank you. So you should have a little sticker that says you're either a top hat, a racing car, or a Scotty dog. I remember these so well from my childhood, don't you, the three? And there was a fight in our family about who was going to be the Scotty dog. That's what I remember. So each group is going to travel together. So all the top hats will be travelling together. All the people with racing car stickers will be travelling together, and all those Scotty dogs are going to be travelling together. And you're going to go and literally have a whiz around the 3 ICA areas. So the Scotty dog group are starting in the Trelawney room.
They are indeed. Thank you, Juliet. So we've got the Scotty dogs in here. I'm not dressed like this just for fun, all right? I've been paid to be here today. So what we want to do, if you are a Scotty dog, you are going to be in here. For everybody else, you're going to be travelling. You need to be careful because there's some cones out there. You've seen them already, haven't you? You've all driven through Chivy Cross. Well, guess what? You're going to walk through it now. So those that are have got the top hats are going to go to the bar. To get that way, you're going to go out of these doors and round and back in through the main doors. For those of you that are going to travel from west through into the Brunel as racing cars, please be careful of the cones. My friends are there to get you. Slow down, make sure you take your time to get in there. There will be tea and coffee facilities in each of the rooms for you. and we will keep you moving. So we will come in and annoy you to get onto the next room. You'll get into every single area. Now, unfortunately, I've got a please see me list. So if your name is mentioned, please come to the front. So could I have Kim O'Keefe, Joe McAvoy, Steve Williamson, Kate Shields, Simon Gittos-Davis and Juliet Ferris to see me after, please. So if you are a top hat, please make your way safely through here. For those of you that are a racing car, please make your way carefully past the cone area.
Trivial Pursuit, the health edition as well. So I hope you're all ready for that as well. There is a bit of audience participation as well. So I need a volunteer who's going to pick one of these pins and stick it in a map for me. That lady over there, do you want to come over here for me, please? And I need you to help her as well. So I'll give you the very important pins that Emma's produced. There's a pasty, a tin mine, an ambulance, a house, and a sign for the emergency department. So there you go. Okay. Right, can I have the next slide, please? Oh, the slides have gone. Okay, here you go. First question. Where was the deepest mine in Cornwall? Any ideas? I should have known Kathy would know that, wouldn't you? Okay, right, so we've got a map here. Have you got the mine picture?
Yeah.
Excellent, and Dolcoath. Do we know where Dolcoath is, anybody? Camborne, right, stick it into Camborne, wherever it is down here, please. Shall I stick it in? Oh, yeah. Oh, is it stuck in? Well done. Right, okay, that's the first one there. Well done, everybody. So, yeah, Dolcoath is actually the deepest mine. It was 1,000 metres deep. What's that got to do with health? Well, 94% of the miners working down there had a thing called Dolcoath anemia. I can't even say it. That's something like that anyway. So also in Poole and Camborne Red Roof, we've got some of the highest incidence of long-term conditions. So like respiratory, cardiovascular disease and things like that as well. So it was a different disease back then, but we've got lots of incidents of long-term conditions there. Okay, can I have the next slide, please? Okay, here's one for you. Do we have somebody? You're from the ambulance service, are you? Okay, so I just saw the epaulets and thought ambulance straight away. So, okay, in the west, where do you think the highest number of ambulance call-outs per head of population is? Yes, over there. Sorry? Truro. Anybody else? Yep, you're both right. Actually, they're so close. You Poole, Camborne, and then a place in Penzance as well. So we've got the ambulance. We've only got one, so where would you like to stick that? Camborne again. Okay, we'll stick it in there again. Or actually, we'll stick it in Red Roof, shall we? Is it going to go in? Excellent. Oh, right, not to worry, not to worry. Actually, I'll put it flat, and then maybe we can push them down in that way. If you don't mind, I'll go on to the next slide, please. Can we get the next slide, please, Peter? Hello. Oh, right. What I've got here, there's lots of intelligence out there. This is just really to show some of the information that we've got here. You can see that map of Cornwall and obviously the Isles of Scilly, because the Isles of Scilly counts in the west as well. And you can see here the green, red and amber. Red means there's lots of ambulance activations as well. So just to let you know, all people who've got an NHS account, unfortunately it's those at the moment because of information governance, you can get access to this information as well. So if you need access, let me know. It's work in progress. Credit due to all the business intelligence team at the ICB and RCHT and things like that helping us pull this together. So this is basically a map you can interrogate and look at various bits and pieces there. So you can see here for the ambulance side of things, it's the Poole, Camborne, Red Roof, and then this bit in Penzance as well there. So it's just some of the intelligence that we're building across the 3 ICAs that's actually helping us make our decisions as well. Could we have the next slide, please? Okay, this one has been really challenging for me to actually put together. Where do we think, if in a life-threatening incident, Which neighbourhood is the longest travel time to the emergency department? Truro, that's right next to ED though, isn't it? The emergency department. So which do you think is the longest, the furthest? Isles of Scilly? Okay, I'm going to confess. Can we get the next slide, please? I have no idea which it is. We looked at all the travel times. It's about 20 minutes from Trelisk by helicopter, sorry, St Mary's, which is on the Isles of Scilly to Trelisk, but actually got to wait quite a while for it to turn up as well. And then sort of the travel times as well. We tried to talk to some of the ambulance service and they're like, well, it depends on the traffic and things like that. So we did it with Google's map and things like that. So you can see here the sort of level of rurality we've got across here in terms of the West as well. So lots of rurality and things going on from that. Okay, question number 4. What do you think it is? Can we have the next slide, please? Okay, which area in the... Oh, we forgot to put the pin in. Actually, do you think you put this one in here? We'll put it into, perhaps in the Isles of Scilly, shall we? Okay, anybody got any thoughts on where the area in the West with the largest health inequalities? Sorry? It's not Falmouth? Camborne, any other ideas? Sorry, Penzance? Yeah, it's both those. Poole, Camborne, Redruth, Penzance, the same sort of areas again as well. So could we pick, actually we'll put the little house, we'll put that in Penzance because that hasn't got anything in at the moment. Thank you very much. No injuries yet either, we haven't stabbed ourselves, have we?
No.
Okay, can I have the next slide, please? So again, this is another map of Cornwall. Red meaning high areas of deprivation, green mean low as well. My laptop's just started to close itself down for some reason, but I think it's 90 areas in Cornwall in the top 10% of areas of deprivation. 49 of those are in the West ICA, so quite a lot of deprivation in there sort of going forward. Okay, this question is going to be very controversial. Are you ready? Can I have the next slide, please? In the West, where is the best pasty shop? I agree, Philps. Definitely. Okay. Falmouth, well, which pasties do you like then?
Rose.
Rose.
But they seem to be better in Falmouth than Redruth and Camborne.
Do they? Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. So I told you a bit of controversial, wasn't it? So actually, my view, I'll take the lead on this. It's actually going to be Hale, which I think where Philps is sort of going forward. On a serious note there, where do you think the biggest concentration of fast food restaurants are? Poole, Camborne, Redruth and Newquay as well, but that's actually in the central, so good on that one. Penzance, exactly. And also, just another question as well. Where do you think the most betting shops are per head of population? No. Camborne again. So we'll stick the final, we've got the final pin in there, sort of going forward there. So just in summary, it's been sort of a quick trip around sort of West Cornwall, bit of Trivial Pursuits, and actually you can see how all these factors seem to touch the same sort of places. So we've got high levels of long-term conditions in the areas where there's lots of inequalities, lots of rurality, can't even say it, lots of fast food restaurants, and also sort of risk factors like betting shops and things like that, all in sort of the same areas there. So hopefully that gives you a bit of a trip around some of the west of the ICA. Like I say, it's more Trivial Pursuits than Monopoly, so apologies for that one there to Lucy if she can hear me. Okay, can we go on to the next slide, please? Okay, I've got a QR code. If some of you are unable to use those, this actually links to our sort of strategy that's actually on the ICB website, and it just sort of highlights a bit more detail. I've only got a few moments, so I can't really go through it in detail. Or alternatively, you just go onto Google and search for Cornwall ICB July reports. It comes up with more detail around that. But basically, this is our sort of one-pager that we've sort of put together that sort of illustrates our strategy. It's not me just sat there drawing out pretty pictures. I think Tarina knows how I like drawing pictures, don't you? It's actually been developed with all our sort of leaders, our teams, our people across the system, our people who've got lived experience as well. This is not us just standing there. This is our sort of view of the world. What I'm going to do is probably focus a little bit on the sort of building our neighbourhood teams, but just really quickly, just to go through this, sort of our priorities are sort of the intermediate care. Some of you know what that is, sort of the proactive side of things, getting people out. Sorting out or trying to resolve some of our health inequalities. So I've just been through some of that in terms of sort of the data. And then on the day demand. So sorry to all you RCHT people, it's all about sorting out on the day across the system, not just at the front door of the emergency department and SWAT side of things. So our practices, our community teams are really busy as well, sorting out on the day demand. So how can we shift that on the day demand to be actually sort of more proactive? So that's the sort of thing we're thinking out there. Our sort of principles, co-designing with the people in our community. So we've got lots of examples of that. So hopefully people using like you guys. A little project we ran as well in the West was involving carers and asking them. It's called the Cream Tea Jamboree. I think it's run by CM4C as well, which is really great in understanding what carers wanted. Personalised care as well. So embedding that in everything we do. It's about the individual, not the disease that they actually have. Delayering and simplifying. The health service is horrific in terms of lots of layers. Can we simplify it and actually take out some of the layers, make it easier for individuals using services to sort of navigate, but also our staff as well? How many times have you tried to find the right number for the right type of people to support somebody? Intelligence, I've sort of described a little bit about that. So using data and intelligence, but also people with lived experience to formulate and getting ideas as well. And obviously quality improvements as well, not just like doing something, stopping it, but actually learning from it as a system sort of going forward. And then how we're going to deliver that or how we're going to measure the outcomes is like making sure we're improving our health and well-being of our individuals and our communities. Also looking after our staff as well. Through the winter period, obviously can be pretty tough for people, clinicians, staff members, etc. So making sure we're looking after those. Optimising resources to meet needs, so making sure the right resources are used by the right people at the right time, the right place. And then other ones, Amanda Brookman's not here, but she'll be pleased to see that the CO2 climate change impacts on there. And then the final one is making sure that we have stable partners as well across the system. So that's a real quick run through our sort of strategy. Like I say, if you click on that, using the technology, you'll be able to see a bit more detail. And if you do have any questions, myself, Juliet, the rest of the ICA team will be happy to talk to you as well. Right, if I could have the next slide, please. Sorry, the follow on. So this is our gang in the West. Tarina, you're a member of it, aren't you? I know I've probably missed somebody off. As soon as Katie from Chaos Group stood up, I was like, oh no, I forgot them. But can I just say you're probably all included in that. I do have Cornwall Aids for Change, so you guys are all right. But basically, this is our gang across sort of the system. We have representatives also for people with lived experience as well, all the way through sort of the team. So just to very briefly sort of describe the team, we've obviously got our neighbourhood teams working really hard sort of from the frontline side of things, working together, discussing stuff. In fact, we've got neighbourhood teams that are now co-located. So I think some of the PCN team from North Kerry are actually based out of Cornwall Neighbourhoods for Change offices as well. So there's examples like that. We've also got sort of the mental health hubs in Penwith. I've forgotten where it is, Juliet Chalier. So again, that's an integrated team from different people from different parts of the system. And also I think it's got people who lived experience working from it as well. So that's sort of at one level. We've got then sort of the PCNs as well. So there's all those people. I think Kathy as well. Sorry, you're part of the West Gang as well. I forgot about you, Kathy. Sorry. South Carrier member as well, working at sort of the PPGs that pay people who've lived experience sort of feeding in. And then we've got our ICA as well, which is sort of people from all those groups sort of representing it from there. So I think from my perspective, it's great working with a real sort of strong team. And I can't remember, said it, Julia, I think you said about you leaving our lanyards at home and actually working together to try and sort of work out how we can improve the health and well-being with our population and community. So I think that's a really quick run through our last 12 months. And it's been great fun. It's been really enjoyable, but hard work. So that's all I've got to say, really. So I hope that's been useful to give you a bit of an overview of what we've been doing in the West. And thank you very much, my assistant over there, for sticking the pins in the map.
Hello, I'm Donna Chapman and I'm presenting to you today the session from Central Cornwall ICA on tackling inequalities. In the live session I'll be joined by Rob White, but this evening on this session it's just me presenting this information to you. So this is Central Cornwall. This is the integrated care area. You may have seen this map in other presentations today, and we are the central part, Central Cornwall, which has a population of around 230,000 people. We have 19 GP practices, and we have who work in 6 primary care networks. So the integrated care area isn't just around GP practices. We bring together a group of 40 to 50 other people from different parts of health and care and our communities. We have representatives from Royal Cornwall Hospital Trust, Cornwall Foundation Partnership Trust. We have Cornwall Council with adult social care, children's services, housing, public health. We also have our relationships, all of us together, with our voluntary sector and community partners, and we have some public patient representatives as well. And we come together once a month when we come together to solve problems and to try to do the best we can for the people of Central Cornwall. So this is a graphic. On the right hand side we have a Venn diagram which highlights some priorities that we set last year at a development session that we had with all of our partner organisations. Around the edges you can see that personalisation and inequalities are key factors in everything that we do, and at the bottom of that circle we've got data, so we use as much data and evidence as we can in making any decisions that we have to make. We've identified 4 areas which are key to us being successful. At the top we've got estates, being able to have flexible estates where we can work together, co-locating teams. And we're not just talking about health estates here, we're talking about all different options in our communities, our community hubs. I'm focusing on a non-medical model wherever possible. Having the right workforce, developing teams with the right skills, the teams having permission to do what's best for that person, and trying to work as a whole and not just within each organisation. MDTs, multidisciplinary teams, also a key to that. Prevention, getting in early, having early support, early information, self-help, all those things that help prevent illnesses developing or escalating. And one of the key clinical areas that we've identified is mental health. That's across the board, children's, adults, dementia, so mental health is a key aspect. We then, a few months later, sat down and looked at some key principles that we felt were really important when we want to deliver our priorities, and they were in three statements there. Having a healthy population, having access to open space information, exercise options and healthy food. Statement 2, this relates to our workforce and our estates there, having integrated operational teams. And the third statement is to make the best use of our central ICA pound, working together, being effective and efficient as possible, reducing gaps and making the best for our population. So at today's session at Tregenna Castle, we are following the Cornwall Monopoly Board around the 3 ICA areas. There's the Scotty Dog Group, the Top Hat Group and the Racing Car Group. So for those who are live on the day, they will join us in one of these 3 groups. So that's what this slide is, to welcome each of those 3 groups to us. This session will be repeated 3 times on the day. So this is supposed to be interactive, so a little bit tricky doing this recorded, but I will go through it with you. So Central Cornwall, I did some research, I'm a Cornish girl, and I found some information I really didn't know. So I thought I would share it and test people's knowledge. So the first question is, what is the oldest town in Central Cornwall? I tested this out with some colleagues the other day and they gave me a whole range of names, St Austell, Truro, St Dennis, and Newquay, a whole range of names, and none of them were right. So rather than you holding on and giving you time to think, I'm going to launch straight in, surprisingly, it was Penryn. It is Penryn. And there's a little description there of what I found when I did my little internet search around that question. And then I also found out another fact about Penryn. Again, a bizarre fact that I had no idea about, never having heard about it before. And I've got a little graphic there to say, well, any clues, any ideas? One person came back and said Lloyd's Bank. So that made me laugh because I hadn't thought about that at all. But the fact is that there are reports around Christmas time that 4 headless horses pull a coach through the town of Penryn. So that's some interesting facts that were new to me when I was looking into this little bit of interactivity. I've now got some more facts here around central Cornwall, around inequalities. And the answer to this question can be found on the Monopoly board. And I know you don't have that with you, and I do have a version, but it is in my car ready to take to Tregenna, Castle and True North. Where are the households in the most deprived areas located in central Cornwall? And that's measured by the Index of Multiple Deprivation, an Office of National Statistics measure. And again, I asked this question to some various people over the last few days. Some of them easily picked out the first one. I've got a little graphic here, which might give you a bit of a clue. And so you'll recognise that, I'm sure, as the Eden Project, and that's synonymous with being successful and you know, creating lots of jobs and bringing money into the economy. However, St Austell is our most deprived area in central Cornwall. They have 982 households, that's not people, that's the number of households, in the most deprived parts, in the most deprived category. So that's the top 10% of deprived households in the country, are 982 in St Austell. Now we have another place as well, who also are in the top 10. This is a little clue. Again, holiday place, people come here, have fun, the party town. You've guessed it, it's Newquay. In Newquay, there are 878 households. That's hidden. People think it's a holiday place and it's a great time to have fun, but there's a lot of inequalities and deprivation, particularly around the town centre of Newquay. That's not the only place in those 2 places in Central. If we were to spread out to the top 20% of households, we then go to the Clays area, so that's the next level down, but we've got a bigger proportion, nearly 2,000 households in that area, in the most deprived. We've got Falmouth with over 1,100 households. We've got Truro with 495. So that's taking it into the top 20% of most deprived households. And you may have heard of the Core 20 plus 5, a public health explanation, or a public way of explaining inequalities. The Core 20 plus 5. The Core 20 is the top 20%. So in Central Cornwall, we recognised the inequalities, and we had some funding to invest, and we worked with partners, and we identified a particular model that had been brought to the UK and was being tested in London, and we thought, actually, we think this could work here. So this is a quick description, I'll run through quickly, of that model very rapidly for you, because I know we've got limited time. So this model comes from Brazil, a 30-year-old health strategy where they recruited community health workers to work in their local communities, connected with their GP practice, and their job was to have public health messaging to improve uptake of healthcare, for example, screening and vaccinations. What they found when they did this model, actually, one of the core headline bits of data is that they managed to reduce cardiovascular disease, CVD, morbidity by 34%. And we're very different demographics. We may not get that result here, but we know that there is value in supporting people in the most deprived areas to get on the ladder, to support themselves, and to hopefully remove themselves from that inequality position. So Matthew Harris was the GP in Westminster who worked in Brazil, who brought it over. He worked with the local council in his GP practice to embed 4 of these work roles. They've now got a 12-month evaluation document which shows some really good results. The National Association of Primary Care has taken this under their wing to help spread the message, and it's currently been spread in Calderdale, Yorkshire, Bridgewater, Somerset, Norfolk and here, and there are a host of other places coming along behind us who are also implementing this model. Why is it different? It's different because our health and wellbeing workers are employed and they are given a set number of households to work with, and that's their sole job, is to build relationships with those householders. That takes time to build trust, so that's their job. They need to know their communities and build that trust, and then they're upskilled and knowledgeable. The workers are upskilled and given the knowledge to know where to signpost people and the help that these people can access. It is not referral dependent like lots of services. We sit down and we identify the households with the local GP practices, our local communities, and using the data from our public health team, and really pinpoint the streets and the households we're going to work with. It's about building long-term trusted relationships with all householders who want to engage. It's a proactive model. It's not a social prescriber or a care coordinator or a health and wellbeing coach who are referral dependent and have fixed amount of time with people, maybe 8-12 weeks. The role will evolve and the model will evolve depending on the needs of the area as that relationship grows with the area. Our workers will understand the inequalities and they're recruited based on skills and not qualifications. There are 5 key principles to the model. There are skills, that's the person being employed as a community health and wellbeing worker, having a basic knowledge of their community, well, a good knowledge of their community. To be honest, they don't need any qualifications particularly. The offer is universal, so if we identify a street, every household in that street will be able to have access to work with a community health and wellbeing worker if they want to. They may identify that there are households that need more of their support than others, and that's why it's a proportional universality. Comprehensive, intergenerational. It's not limited to age or gender or clinical need. It's everybody will be able to have the opportunity to have support from a community health and wellbeing worker. These roles will be integrated with the local health services, GP practices, community nurses. They'll be integrated with the local housing officers, the local fire brigade, everything around us, citizens advice, all the charities and community teams, as well as statutory services, adult social care, I shouldn't forget either. And it is place-based, micro areas, that is hyper-local. So the next part is how we deployed the model, and this could be deployed in different ways depending on the demographics and the setup in each area. We decided that we wanted our community health and wellbeing workers to be employed in the voluntary sector, not in health statutory services or adult Cornwall Council statutory services. These roles completely embedded and owned in the community. We've appointed since January 23 10 roles that are based across 4 micro areas. So we have them in Newquay, St Austell, Falmouth and Truro. We've got 9 GP practices working across those 4 micro areas and they total 4 primary care networks, 5 voluntary sector organisations, and each of the 10 workers all started on the 20th of February. We've got funding at this point for 3 years for this model, and we have 252 hours of community health and wellbeing worker time each week. We've also got a on-the-ground programme manager who is providing support to all the 4 sites, to the community health and wellbeing workers. That programme manager has developed the induction programme, an ongoing development programme and community of practice for all of those 10 workers. As you can see, we had that a 3-week intensive induction program, which all workers did at the same time. So they built their own support network between them, and it was really fantastic. A program manager and her support did their fabulous job. We also have an enabling fund for personal health budgets. It's very small, but it has bought things like a washing line, or I'm trying to think of some of the other things that I've heard over the past few weeks from the case studies I've read. Small things to help people have a better life and to be able to unblock problems they have so they can move on in their lives. This quickly is a summary of the funding that we've had. We currently, our 10 workers are funded from some health inequalities funding that we were given, which is 3-year funding. One of our PCN areas, our micro areas, weren't in our top inequalities category, but they were so bought into this idea, they've invested their own additional roles reimbursement scheme money from their primary care network so they could be part of this as well. And I know that our integrated care board is looking at this model, and they're considering about investing a further set of money to spread the model further across the county. This is a very quick run through of our session. I've run over, I know, but I hope it's given you a flavour of how we're tackling health inequalities in Central Cornwall. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to North and East. I'm Danielle Kirby, the new ICA Development Manager. North and East Cornwall is a magical place, but behind the stunning coast and breathtaking moorlands there is an ageing population, substance abuse, pockets of significant deprivation and an ever-increasing pressure on our health services, in particular at place due to the rurality. We are unique in Cornwall due to the fact we have a PCN that is based across 2 counties and have a population of approximately 196,000, 10 to 15,000 people access their secondary care from North Devon Hospital in Barnstaple. 110 to 120,000 people access their secondary care from University Hospitals Plymouth. This is over an hour's drive for the majority of the population, bearing in mind 17% of households in Cornwall do not have access to a car. With the location pressure and needs in mind, the 5 PCNs have developed an innovative way of working collaboratively to create a pioneering, proactive and preventative approach to patient care in the form of integrated health and social care hubs. As noted here, there is a direct correlation between diagnosis and level of attendances, with, as to be expected, mental health being one of the most predominant. With 40% of all GP appointments being linked to mental health, GPs are facing a mental health epidemic. Launceston Medical Centre changed the narrative by becoming the first GP practice to employ clinical psychologist Dr. Bex McGill. Bex started working in primary care in February 2021, much like a GP, but as a qualified clinical psychologist. Bex then worked to develop a psychosocial team by integrating social prescribers and supporting training clinical psychologists. This psychosocial team will then be based in the PCN Health Hub. The team don't just work with mental health, they're passionate about recognising the connection between mind and body, between psychosocial based health decisions and biological outcomes. For example, I decide to eat chocolate and then my diabetes suffers. A similar model has been replicated across PCNs, with wellbeing teams being created, with mental health practitioners and leads as the first building block of the PCN Health Hubs. A small percentage of patients are using a large proportion of the GP appointments. They are not getting their needs met and thus they represent. Another group of patients are not engaging with health services at all, but they have long-term health conditions that require oversight and interventions. They are also not getting their health needs met. The integrated health and social care hubs are designed to meet the needs of both groups of patients while reducing health inequalities by targeting the most deprived population. All of the hubs will be located in areas of high deprivation and where footfall can occur. The hubs will consist of primary care working with partner organisations to deliver a wide range of locally provided services. This will include multidisciplinary health and wellbeing teams at PCN level. The hub aims to address the multiple socio-economic and biopsychosocial determinants of health difficulties in one place by holding condition-led clinics such as COPD, hypertension, diabetes and weight management, while also providing access to psychological therapies, support for substance abuse, employment support and maternity and women's health. Input into the hubs has been given by expert NHS and third sector organisation colleagues who share the vision of the PCN for accessible and preventative healthcare and are willing to try something new. In order to measure the success of the hubs, there will be a number of data collection and outcome measures. This includes comparison of quantity of 111, 999 and GP appointments in the 12 months before and after the hubs are set up. the quantity of NHS health checks completed, and a comparison of the number of patients with severe mental health diagnosis who have completed physical health checks. The number of attendances at the hubs and the number of appointments at the practices will also be monitored, and of course satisfaction surveys of both patients and staff. By being forward-thinking and patient-focused, the PCNs, along with the integrated neighbourhood teams, may well bring the magic back into providing healthcare. Now, I'm a huge advocate for good news stories, so here are a few from North and East Cornwall. Launceston Medical Centre worked with We Are With You to provide a drug, alcohol, bloodborne, virus and liver screening programme. The first in Cornwall to work with We Are With You in direct partnership. The project started with women and known drug users. Women were selected as a starting point due to being notoriously underdiagnosed. After a successful first and subsequent second clinic, the service is now set to be a regular occurrence with an increase in the cohort invited to include males with current or historic substance misuse. The team have also linked in with Derriford, and they are looking to invite all people with a diabetes diagnosis as a next step. They are currently using a van in the surgery's car park while they wait for their hub estates. East PCN are providing an extremely successful menopause service led by Dr. Jane Davis, one of the UK's leading menopause doctors. This service is oversubscribed, and East PCN are now looking to expand this service with one of their clinical pharmacists who has been working with Jane and will be running their own clinics. East PCN are also in talks with Stella, an online menopause clinic, around using the decision-making tool to support practices further, and they are looking to remove the prescribing of HRT from practices. Integrating screening and potentially perinatal support into this service forms part of their women's health strategy. On the 12th of July, a pilot went live for 15 people in the Liskeard area with significant neurorehabilitation needs. The specialist neuro team have trained staff in the Echo Centre, which is a Cornwall Council owned and funded facility for adults with learning disabilities, to deliver intensive rehab 1 day a week for 14 weeks to the participants. The Echo Centre staff, under the clinical supervision of the neuro rehab team, support participants to achieve individualised care plan goals. This is a model that provides intensive functional rehab support for people who either have a traumatic neurological injury or a degenerative neurological disease, and as a result have a significant loss of function. Although this is a small-scale project, it really highlights the benefits of working in a synergetic way. And finally, Kate Dilworth, ICA Partnership Manager for Adult Social Care, has been leading on some fantastic workshops relating to integrated working. Kate has been supported with facilitation by Anne-Marie Perry and Chloe Thornton, the two ICMs, and the workshops have received really positive feedback from the teams. The original intention of the workshops was to focus on what integrated working looks like while providing an opportunity for networking, sharing of knowledge, and to allow frontline practitioners the space to begin to explore opportunities for increased integrated working. The next steps will be to create action plans from the wishes and aspirations identified at the workshops and agree how they'll be taken forward in the respective PCN areas. Of course, there are many more examples of fantastic work going on across our area, and as we know, it's the workforce who are such a huge asset to healthcare. It has been a privilege to join an area with so many enthusiastic people with the desire to work together in a more sustainable, effective way. Please email me if you would like any more information on the projects I've discussed today, and I can link you in with the relevant people. A particular thank you to Dr. Bex McGill, Kate Dilworth, and of course Paula Bland for welcoming me into the area and sharing with me the amazing work that is taking place. Our next steps as an ICA are to agree key priorities as a forum and continue to share learning while utilising each other's skills and expertise. Thank you for listening to my recording. Please feel free to email me with any questions you may have on what I've presented today.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. We are live in a live broadcast, so no swearing, no, running up the front and doing anything you shouldn't during this live broadcast. And I would like to welcome, and first of all, we have a little jingle to play, Pete.
Hello everybody and welcome to Jenny's Cornish Chit Chat. So we are here today. I've lost my mic already. Don't worry, I have a backup. We always have a backup in broadcasting, and that one's not working either, but that's fine. That's fine. It's live radio, it's live TV. Do you know what? I've had people changing batteries on microphones whilst live on air in the past before. Anyway, welcome to Jenny's Cornish Chit Chat. So this is your opportunity to discuss all things Cornwall in this programme. And we like to think of ourselves as wholesome as Richard and Judy, so we lull our guests into a false sense of security by giving them nice sofas, but really we are as hard as question time. So today, to talk to us are NHS Cornwall and ours of Scilly Integrated Care Board. So good, they named them twice. We hope they are. So you may know some of them from some of their other roles, and it's important to say that today they are here purely in their capacity as representing the board. So you might want to ask them if they've ever had the audacity to have their jam on top. But if it's not about the Integrated Care Board, we can't. So we can't also ask them about their favourite spot to queue on the A30 right now, because we must all have one at the moment. So without further ado, let's introduce our panel and have a think about your questions. I need to point out, I know we're at the end of the day. Some of you might be feeling a little bit tired or over-caffeinated or under-caffeinated. If you look like your table's falling asleep, I'm going to come and pick on you for questions. So keep your eyes kind of open wide and make sure you look like you're paying attention. So here we have, representing the board, Susan Bracefield. Do you want to give us a wave? So she is our chief nurse, or chief nursing officer. She doesn't mind which. We happy, we love her either way. We've got Joe McAvoy, who is representing the VCSE sector. Next to him, our resident poet and also Chief Financial Officer, Simon Davis. Representing NHS providers, we have Steve Williamson. Our Chief Exec, Kate Shields. Representative for Mental Health, Kim O'Keefe. And Juliet Ferris, who is here to talk about integrated care areas. So you can ask them any questions that are relating to that. And I've got one to kick off, actually. And I thought it's about the name, isn't it? Integrated. Because sometimes people think that some of the organisations don't get on. But how integrated, how well are we all getting on today, guys? And over the last year of being an ICS? Kate, do you want to answer that one? We'll start off.
Right, okay. So I think we get on really well. I think we have debates and discussions from different points of view around our relative roles and responsibilities in Cornwall and the Isle of Scilly. And I feel quite comfortable that this next year is going to be fab.
Brilliant. Steve, do you agree? Of course you do, because you get on really well, don't you?
Cornish chat, isn't it? Different the Hadjadar.
Oh, very nice.
Which is hello and good afternoon. But definitely, I think it's an integrated care board. John said something earlier on today about how we've matured as a board in terms of the things we do, the actions we take, but also the relationships and how we work together. So it's been really positive to see that, and I think we're seeing that across the wider system as well. So I think we're really optimistic.
And Joe, what's your thoughts? So you probably wouldn't have been here a year or two ago, but now that we are part of an integrated care system, we're all playing much more nicely together, aren't we?
Yes, although there's always a private board where they can properly do their bickering. But no, in all honesty, I think things have changed quite a lot over the past 12 months. And from a voluntary sector perspective, I think it's been a welcome introduction and integration, and to have that voice around the table, which we haven't previously had. And I find colleagues very respectful around the challenges that we sometimes pose. So it feels very positive.
So respectful, challenging and working together much more closely than in the olden days. Now, I'm sure you've all got lots of questions, so let's see hands in the air, and our glamorous assistants will run to ensure that we can hear you. I'm not seeing any hands in the air. Yes, there we have.
I'd just like to ask, I'm looking at you all sat there and seeing lots of very white
middle class, lovely people. I just wonder how you're representing the diversity of Cornwall across the board. I have to confess, I don't know all of the board members, so maybe you do, but I was just wondering about diversity.
Kate, do you want to respond to that one?
So we've so diversity is important. We know that the more we have different views and opinions expressed around how we make decisions, the better the decisions will be. So as a board, we've tried to recruit for diversity. So I think between our non-executive directors and our exec directors, we've got a good mix of people from different backgrounds and different experiences. And then in terms of how we work as an integrated care system, the board's only one part of it, isn't it? So we're starting to think about how we would prioritise what we do next year by using the voices of everybody around us. So how we use the diversity of thought in Cornwall, I think it's a really good challenge going forward.
Anyone else want to come in on that one? We're all feeling a bit shy. So next question, over there.
I just want to piggyback on that last question. Do you think your diversity could be a bit better? And are you working on that? Like, are you recruiting more board members, of different races, different sexes, things like that, from different backgrounds, to make it even more diverse?
Yes, Steve, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I'm sure other colleagues would want to as well. It's a really important question. I was thinking about it from an NHS provider's perspective. So the role I have on the board is to bring a view from the provider organisations, and particularly, for example, Cornwall Partnerships, NHS Foundation Trust, Royal Cornwall Hospitals, South Western Ambulance Service, University Hospitals, Plymouth, particularly those organisations. And each of those boards is working really hard to increase the diversity on its board. And we've seen some really positive progress in each of those 4 areas, but there's so much more for us to do. And it clearly isn't just about the boards as well. But there's potential opportunity for us to be very transparent about that work back into the Integrated Care Board, so the Integrated Care Board itself can see the work that's underway in the providers. And one example, I think, of the kind of impact here is each of those 4 organisations has done particular work around recruiting international health staff, international nurses and others. And we've heard some really challenging stories about their orientation, introduction into those organisations, and there's been some learnings already about that, but there's so much more that we can do. So from an NHS provider's perspective, that's a really important topic for all of the provider organisations.
And of course, diversity is about lots of different things as well, isn't it? It's about ability, it's about neurodiversity, race, religion, lots of different things like that. Juliet, what about your thoughts on that from an ICA perspective?
One of the things thinking here is around the children and young people. It's probably a bit of a gap for us, I would say, in our west facing. And I know we have Barbara Ellenbrook, who's very lucky, one of our lay members on our board, who represents that children from as a counsellor. But we could do a lot better, and I think that's one of the things we need to take away and go, how do we get a range of voices at our board to make sure that we're developing services for everybody. I also think around something around language and trying to make our language much clearer and not so many acronyms. And I think our young people are really, really good at keeping us on our toes with that and making sure we make things as clear as possible.
Very good point on acronyms, isn't it? There's so many that I've sat in meetings and been sort of trying to work out what PEC meant, and Googling is like definitely not the Pakistan electrical company that you're talking about. So it can be very confusing, particularly for people who aren't involved in the system or are new to those jobs. Any response to that? Any other queries related to that, or any other questions? We have one over here.
I got one. I should know, say, an ex-worker put all the blame onto us, the patients, like a Bugs Bunny here, and call us liar, and told them that you go around picking the support worker in the community, and told me that allergic to a body when it could be something else, when I was telling the truth. How are you going to stop that happening?
Okay, I mean, first, I think we probably want to say, I'm sorry to hear that you haven't had a good experience. And I think the question is about how do you ensure that people are listened to and responded to in a way that helps them to feel valued. Susan, do you want to come in on that one?
Yeah, thank you. And I'd like to say sorry as well. It's not a great experience. And as not only as a chief nursing officer, but I'm also a user of our services. And I would be really upset if people spoke to me like that. So that should be the same for everybody. If it's not good enough for me, it's not good enough for the people we serve, irrespective of why they're seeking help. And it's very much in the forefront at the moment, that people are not being heard, whether it's staff that aren't being listened to when they raise their concerns, or whether it's our people that we serve, whether it's people themselves receiving care, or parents as well. And we know there's lots and lots at the moment in the press around Lucy Letby, around the way people are being treated through sexual harassment. And we've just heard about Martha's Law as well today. And that's all centred on listening. And it's not about listening and taking things through very rigorous processes like freedom to speak up. It's just the act of listening. And Kate and I were talking about this earlier with Kim as well. So if you hear something, what are you going to do about it? Because all of us should be advocating for each other. It doesn't matter who you are. If you hear something or see something, you shouldn't be walking past it. You should be doing something about it. So I think there's an awful lot more we could do to hold each other to account. I see behaviours sometimes in meetings that I think are a little bit off, and I'm happy to call that out. But we should be able to do that within any sort of consultations. And if you're ever in that position again, and you want somebody alongside you, it's making sure that you've got that support with you, but also making sure that people feel brave enough to be able to speak out, and that we create, it's creating an environment, isn't it, that people feel listened to. So we need feedback, certainly within health services, about your experiences, and that's not always easy to do. So there is something about how we pull that information together.
And Steve, I know this is something that you're very passionate about as well. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, like Susan, the first thing I'd say is I'm sorry that you've had that experience. That's not an experience you should have, and it's not an experience that anybody who accesses our health and care services across Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly should have, and we have to fix that. I think Susan has covered the key issues really well. NHS England wrote to every single integrated care board, every single NHS trust and every single NHS Foundation trust, setting out 5 things that those boards must assure themselves on. Just a week and a half ago, which are around boards being ensured that people can speak up, be heard, and action can be taken to address that. So that's really, really important. The other context for me, I guess, is we need to create the culture that Susan has just described. And one of the roles of boards is to set the tone, to create the culture. So the Integrated Care Board has a role absolutely for that. And then each organisation's board has a role to do that. So we create the kind of environment that Susan's described, if it's not there already, where people are safe, respected and enabled to identify if there is a problem, and for that problem to be resolved immediately, so that our freedom to speak up and other mechanisms become safeguards that we rarely use because we're dealing with these issues there and then. And I'm struck by some of the conversations earlier on, which were about trust. And there's no way we can have trust in our system if the experiences that people are experiencing are the ones that have just been described.
And Kim, what are your thoughts, thinking coming from the mental health sector, what are your thoughts on how you achieve that?
Yes, I was listening and I echo it. I think I don't sit on the board generally, so I'll be honest, I'm representing Debbie Richards today, who represents mental health. And of course, in my normal role, I'm the dual nurse, but I'm going to answer this from mental health only. As a system, we are moving towards patients with lived experience training. So we've got the Oliver McGowan training, and anyone in the room that hasn't undertaken that training, I have. It's really, for me, it takes you into the reality of what people deal with every day. And we often, I think someone spoke about it early, speak about strategy, what it looks like, what we think we're doing. If you ever need a leveller, you go in with patients with lived experience and really see, are we making that impact? Do we have a culture, you know, as Steve says, as a board, are we reassured? Are we giving our staff the right training? Do people feel safe to give feedback? Are we able to act on that feedback? And especially for mental health, are we giving mental health the same parity and esteem that we give physical health? And in fact, I'd challenge us one step further. Physical and mental health, you can't split us in half. I don't come as Kim O'Keefe and I'm in that compartment and that. How do you holistically, and instead of waiting for people to be in crisis and requiring crisis services, as someone absolutely eloquently said, how do we get further upstream? How many times do you have to rescue someone from the river without addressing the issue while they're in the river in the first place? But I think as a whole system, and especially mental health, there's a lot of cultural work to do. And really, if we're going to co-produce, actually, what does co-produce really mean? It doesn't mean engagement. It doesn't mean listening. It's putting that person in the centre.
And Jo and Juliet, I'm interested in your thoughts on how we achieve some of those things, how we ensure people that are heard, and what your thoughts and experiences are coming from a slightly different area.
So I think from my perspective, a couple of things. So one, building on what Susan said, the standard you all pass, the standard you accept, and incivility between people happens in every walk of life, in every organisation, in every place, every day, and the impact of that incivility is really toxic and difficult to experience, because it doesn't matter what it is, that one moment of incivility will outweigh 10 other moments of civility. So I think from a community sector point of view, we're made up of professional constituted organisations to a large degree, very similar to that of the public sector, but also grassroots organisations, small clubs and charities, surf life-saving clubs, and all those other things. And for me, what grows out of that community is born out of a desire to want to help and support and and do all of the good work that we get done. What we've got to have is space for people who have challenges in accessing health services, whether that be GP or dentist or wherever else, is what can we do to support access and support good access, and to eliminate those kind of experiences that we've just heard about, because as we've all said, that's not good enough, and it won't have led to a good outcome.
Are you able to hear at the back? Yeah, so sorry, I think we've got your microphone's not working brilliantly, but we will sort that, and we will come to some of these questions in a moment. Just to sum up, what have you heard, what he said, just for those of you who were struggling to hear. So Jo was talking about the impact of incivility and how one bit of incivility can have a huge impact, and how working in the community, firstly, the organisations that you represent have a great desire to help, and are also looking at what are those barriers to accessing services and help. And how do we overcome that? Was that a fair summary for trying to sum it up very quickly? And we'll come to some more questions in a moment. Juliet, what about your thoughts? So in the integrated care areas, you're much sort of closer to the ground, to the communities that you're working in, aren't you?
I think the piece I was doing, the integrated care areas, I talked about humility and humanity, and we are a group of people supporting other people. So for me, that is the absolute core that we come back to. We talk about personalised care, so that really is based on what matters to that individual, what matters to the person. It's not about fixing the person. It's not about what you think that person needs. It's actually listening. And it comes back to Susan's point, really listening about what matters to that person. And then how are you going to react to support that person to make their life as they want to make it? How are we going to support you to do that? So I think that's kind of my take. It's how do we embed that real personalised care approach where we are truly listening to the person and then reacting to what that person needs.
So listening to people, reacting to them, understanding what are their needs. So there's a question just here.
Yeah, it really is. Sorry, is it working? It follows on from that question, really, to ask what can the integrated care system, including this board, do to influence medical, nursing, physiotherapy, all the provider training to start this whole process off from the very beginning. It seems to me, especially as doctors come largely from the other end of the social spectrum to some of our patients, that that's the point at which we should start.
Okay, Kate, do you want to respond to that? And then Steve?
Well, I think ultimately, can you hear me? Yeah, I think ultimately it's about respect, isn't it? So respect doesn't have certain places where it lives and thrives. It should be across all of our services, in all of our professional groups, in all of our people. And the example that we've just heard, I would hope that the vast majority of our doctors, nurses, physios, occupational therapists, social workers would be appalled that somebody had experienced that sort of interaction with somebody as part of help seeking. I think the NHS is on quite a tricky journey, really, because we're asking our professionals to be all things to all people, and actually we've got places for specific things. So our acute hospitals are for when any of us are very unwell, need to be near an intensive care unit, need to be on a maternity ward, need to be in an emergency department. But they're not places to go when our lives are not what we'd like them to be, or we're lonely, or we're not being supported in our places. So I think we need to help our professionals by making sure we've got the right facilities and the right support for people in the places that they need it to be. And at the same time, we need to make sure that the training we offer our registered and professional colleagues is all about what Juliet's been talking about, what matters to others, and what can we do to make what matters to you happen for you, rather than coming in with what we think you should be getting.
Sorry, just to interrupt. That doesn't, great though the answer is, it doesn't really answer the question I was asking, which was not about how we communicate with the people who are already professionals, but how do we start from the first day in medical school, the first day in nursing school, the first day in therapy school, to inculcate those values from day one.
So I'm going to hand on to Steve, but I'm just going to finish first. People are people, aren't they? So the training needs to change, because you and I both know that some professional training teaches you to be better than others, when clearly we're not. We're just people with humanity and humility. So I'll just hand over to Steve. And
Yeah, thank you. So I think that the challenge back is really helpful. The first thing I'd say, and we've already said it in a couple of answers, is we do get it wrong, and we do have some experiences which absolutely should not happen. The second thing I'd want to say, though, is we have some amazing nurses, doctors, allied health professional staff, support staff, care staff, and not just some, but the vast majority of health and care staff across Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly do an outstanding job every single day. And I see the best of that and the worst of that as a chief executive, and I know my colleagues do as well. But I'd want to acknowledge just the outstanding efforts that the vast majority of our health and care staff do every single day. That they do outstanding things. But we do get it wrong, and we are working very, very closely with the likes of the University of Plymouth, with the University of Exeter, on exactly those things, to see what else we can do to further improve the experience from day one. And for example, from a medical perspective, we're working with the University of Exeter to enable a new full medical school to be enabled in Cornwall, so that doctors don't have to go outside of Cornwall to receive their medical education, and doing that in a way that would help us create the new pipeline of future doctors for Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. And the cultural part of that, and of our nursing and allied health and scientific and other roles is really important. So there are some things that I think we are enabled to directly control. There are other aspects where we can influence but we can't control, and that influence would include the colleges in terms of how we work with them. And there's been some really positive work nationally on the National Workforce plan, but also we're starting to see that come together in the Cornwall and Isles of Scilly workforce strategy. So the Integrated Care Board Workforce Committee is doing some long-term work now on what that looks like. So I don't think we're in a position to be able to give you the assurance that you're asking for, but we're absolutely looking at what else we can do with our university partners and with our schools to make those improvements.
Now, I know we've got a couple of comments and I'll come to them in a minute, but I know, Susan, you also want to respond on this issue.
Yeah, because I would like to respond, because I trained 30, oh God, now you're all going to know how old I am. I trained about 37 years ago as a nurse. And when I trained, it was very much nurses, doctors, allied health, they know best. And we were trained like that. We were never trained in communication skills, because what you said was right. And there was so much symbolism around. So I knew I was important when I was handed the drug keys. And that sort of symbolism in the NHS was rife. When I talk to junior doctors now, and when I talk to nurses coming through training, they have a very different approach. That autocratic, we know best. It's still there in parts, don't get me wrong, but it's nowhere near what it was like when I trained. I can remember being a first-year student nurse and being told with the other first-year student nurses to get off the ward and get into the sluice, because the consultant didn't like to see white belts. We wore white belts. And that was accepted. Today, they would not have a bar of that. So the way we communicate with patients is different than the way we communicate with people. The other thing that we've really tried, and Debbie's in the audience, and she's huge promoter of something called shared decision making. That's not consent. It's much more than consent, and it forces you into a position where you have a very honest, sometimes difficult conversation with the people you're looking after, because some of the conversation might be that we can't actually save your life in this situation if somebody has a terminal illness, but what we can do is make what life you've got left as good and as rich as we possibly can. So I think the dynamic has changed, certainly in my lifetime as a nurse, and I'd want to see that continue. And our junior doctors particularly, I think, are a really vibrant bunch of individuals who come from a range of backgrounds, because training has opened up so much. But I think we all, as ambassadors for the way we behave, need to continue to question that autocratic. I have a daughter that's in the healthcare system at the moment in London. It's a minefield the way, and she's a very articulate, very pushy young female, and that's what we need to encourage our youngsters to do. Well, not just our youngsters. So I would like to say it has changed.
And Debbie, I did see your hand up. Now, we are running quite low on time. So, yeah, quick comment from you, and then I've got another question.
It was just to reassure as well, I guess, that, and thank you, Karen, for sharing your story. And just to pick up on your point, actually, the ICB have invested in a training programme for staff. Over the last 18 months, we've trained over 1,000 staff in coaching conversations where the focus is on listening, what matters to the person. So it's how you change the culture for, to deeply listening to the person, how you can ask open questions. And the ICB have invested in that, and we've been rolling that. And that's open to anyone working across health and care in the whole of the integrated care services. So we've trained voluntary sector nurses, GPs, consultants, everyone comes on the training. We've got another 800 staff booked in to train in the next few months. So that cultural shift is starting to happen, and what we're getting now is case studies come through to say how people are transforming their practice and what a difference it's made. So hopefully that reassures that action is happening, and that's also now embedded in all of the nurses training that's going through, that they're all having that health coaching skills training. So hopefully we'll start to see that shift.
Thank you. And we have a question here. So I think that is probably...
So can I just...
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. So we also recruit, we've been recruiting for values. And that's really, really important, and it's done a lot of change, especially in the nursing fraternity, because we can teach most things, but if you don't come with the right set of values, it's really, really difficult, isn't it? Which is a huge thing. We also, as anchor, we're all anchor institutes. We want to invest in the communities. We do a lot more apprenticeship. So it's done away with the structured, this is the way you go in, you need X, Y, and Z. Actually, there are other ways now that you can come in. Lots of our future doctors come up through our volunteers programs as well and get that real baseline, and lots more of the training as well is done as multi-professional groups that does away with those silos. So whilst we have a lot more to do, we are really moving away from that more defined, almost military type what's it called? Yeah, hierarchy is the word I'm looking for. So doing a lot of work around that, which breaks down barriers as well.
Thank you, Kim. So Rose, I think you have a question, and I'm really sorry. I know I've seen lots of other hands up and we're not going to get time to get to you, but we do have postcards on the table for you to submit questions. You can also email them to our corporate governance inbox. Now, I don't remember exactly what that email address is, but we are going to send out an email to everybody who attends and invite you to submit any additional questions that we haven't had time to answer to that one. We will have the email address. So Rose.
Thank you. I'd like to say first thank you to the NHS, because I've had a very medically induced year with lots of time spent with you, and there are a lot of lovely NHS people around, nurses, doctors, everybody. So yeah, we can be rude, but actually we should be being really thankful as well. And I just want to say the three things that are really important to me as somebody who uses the service and mental, physical, everything: person-centred care, tell your story once, and preventative support.
So all good points. Kate, do you want to talk about how do we achieve those things? Person-centred care, remind me, telling your story once, and preventative support.
So I know we don't have or always have person-centred care, but I find it hard to work out how care could be good if it isn't centred around the person that's receiving it. Or actually, as Susan describes, describing what it is that they want, not just necessarily being a recipient. Telling your story once has been a challenge for the NHS and social care for a long time. But I think as we start getting more digital notes, and it'll be easier to tell your story once. And I think there are some circumstances when you should only ever tell your story once, and we should find a way of making sure that we share the information between us in an appropriate and respectful way, but that people don't have to repeat over and over again things that might be very difficult. And the last one, preventative support. So I think a lot of what we've talked about today, so I'd call it anticipation. So making sure that we can work with you to find out the signs that things are starting to go wrong and what we could do to support you early on rather than waiting for a crisis to happen. I used to be a mental health nurse, and I'm an old-fashioned mental health nurse. And a lot of what we did in mental health was to talk to people around how will you know when things aren't as great as they could be, and what do you want us to help you with? And I think for all long-term conditions, because that's all a long-term mental health issue is, it's a long-term condition, that lots of other people with diabetes, with cardiac problems, with respiratory problems, if we sat down and did some planning around what matters to you and how do we know that you'll need a hand, it would just make things better for everyone. And also, it will stop people being in places where they're receiving care that isn't right for them and actually might be making things better and making things worse.
Thank you, Kate. Now, we are out of time, but I do want to just give other members of the panel an opportunity to respond on that, because they are really big points. And actually, I think, Juliet, you must have some thoughts on how we do that in a local area, and Joe within the VCSC sector. Joe, do you want to go first?
Yeah, so on the preventative support question, the community sector is doing this every day, all day, in every bit of our community, in all kinds of different ways. And we've seen lots of examples of that here today. The creation and coordination of the hubs is, making a big difference. And everything that the community sector does across those 5,000 plus organisations is predominantly all focused on preventative support of one kind or another, and that may not be support for a thing. That may just be support for social good, you know, a whole range of other things. I think what I would say in terms of the ICB is when John came along and was kind of setting up the ICB and we had a conversation, we were quite challenging about, you know, how does the voluntary sector, community sector really get a voice in the ICB? And also, can you put your money where your mouth is, please? Because one of our big issues is, you know, Steve might not like how much money he's getting, but he knows he's getting money every single year, you know, from now until whenever, whereas the community sector is often working in circumstances where it doesn't know where its money's coming from. And we have seen some really positive changes around that. So we've got a place on the board. It's the community sector's place. It's not my place. It's not the place for VSF. It is the sector. We've been given some resources with some degree of certainty, you know, over a 3-year period, which has then prompted the council to kind of match that in terms of providing longer term contracts. And then what we need to do is see that commitment continue, because the more that the community sector can do, it's great value for money, it's big bang for its buck, and it makes a huge difference.
From a place point of view, things are kind of running through my mind. So personalised care is underpinning all the developments that took place, so that's what we're already talking about.
I'm going to give you the mic.
Thank you. So I'll start there again. So from a place point of view, personalised care, as you would have heard as you've been around all the 3 ICAs, is something that underpins our new ways of working. So, and that's across our widest gang, I would say, often led by voluntary sector colleagues, to be honest, prompting us and keep pushing us along down that line. And often it's recognising who is best to do that personalised care with the person, which may not actually be the medical or nurse person working. Well, it may be the physio, it might be someone in a community hub that's better to do that. So it's recognising who is the best person to do the planning, and it coming from the person's voice, not the practitioner putting what they think they need it to happen. So that's part of that culture that I think Debbie was describing as well, and that's the training Debbie's doing is underpinning all of that work we're doing. Debbie's also running out some training on personalised care and support planning at the moment, so that kind of added and enriches our coaching conversations. On the prevention side, I would say from a place, but we're in a tricky place, I think, at the moment, where, and anyone who came to the West ICA piece that Paul did earlier, is the amount of activity on people needing something today actually really makes it hard for us to have those longer term conversations, which often take time to actually to unpack and go, what really matters to you? That's not a quick conversation. It's not with a GP in 8 minutes, let's be honest. But we need to allow time for that. So I think that's the pressure of services, is actually not enabling us always to have the right conversation with people. And I think that's our challenge going forward. And some of the intermediate care strategy that's just coming through will help us and give us a real framework to shift that and actually allow time for people to have proper conversations, not a quick 5 minutes and then we move on again. So I think that covers the prevention piece for me, and that personalised care. And sharing information is so key. I've been around a very long time in Cornwall. I think every time I go and talk to people and practitioners, I think it's probably, if it's not number one thing they say that would make a difference, it's the second thing they say. But I do, I'm ever hopeful. I think technology has moved on hugely. I think we could be embracing people wearing their own information. So why wouldn't we want to do something like that? And thinking about how we get that story to move with people, and people feeling empowered to share what really matters to them and what they need.
Thank you. Now, I think we could easily continue talking about all of this all day. There's lots more that could be said, but I'm afraid we are at the end of the day, and so we're going to have to wrap up now. And we have a very exciting moment. So, panel, you may stay in your seats, because I know you're probably just too excited to stand up anyway, where we find out who has won our special prize of the day. So I'd like to invite back our chair, John Gavett.
Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yep.
So I'm going to let you get on the road as quick as possible. Two things I'd like to do before, at the end of the day. A bit of thanks. So if I could ask Lucy, Jenny, Anne, Ben, Nikki. I know Louisa and Lisa are outside. If you just come down to the front for me, I'd be very grateful. And I know Pete and Abby, we're doing the sound. Could you come around just for a second if you can? Or chance the sound? You know, just sometimes, if you think about an iceberg, the bit at the top is the nice bit. All the heavy work's being done underneath. This is the team that have made the success of today. Can I just ask you to put your hand? I'll have two particular recollections of today on top of a great day. One is a traffic cone. Thank you very much. And the other is our new poet laureate. So, some sort of... Okay. The ticket. This is it. Which one's mine?
None of them, you can put yours in.
I'm going to draw three. Is that right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this is for the top. Oh, hang on. Hang on to that one for me. Oh, I've got three. How about that? Right. That's efficiency for you, isn't it? Okay, right. That's going to be the one that's got the top prize. Can I do top prize?
Yeah. They're all the same, but they can be top.
I'm going to read out a number and they're going to tell me what the answer is, okay? It's like being in the boardroom, this, isn't it? Okay, 151.
And it's brown.
Brown. Yes, I'm so pleased. Okay. This is the second prize, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I know first runner-up, and we're all. I wanted that. Okay. Outside, money. That's okay. Green. Green, is that green?
That's green.
Thank you. 154. Yes, congratulations.
Last one.
Last one. Is that brown?
That's brown.
Brown 191. Yes, well done you. Okay, so final thanks to all those colleagues of mine on the board. Colleagues here, colleagues out there, thank you ever so much for all your help and support. I'm hugely grateful and thank you for everything you do day in, day out. And to each and every one of you who have attended today, I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you'll go away and think about the questions that you want to write in to us. And we look forward to seeing you in the future at our RCB board. So all the very best and thank you for attending.